2020-2021 first budget hearing of the City of Miami City Commission. The members of the City Commission are Senator Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Codollo, Manolo Reyes, Vice Chair Ken Russell, and myself, the Chairman. Also on the dais are Arthur Noriega, City Manager, Tori Mendez, the City Attorney, and Tyler Hammond, the City Clerk. Madam City Attorney, please state the procedures to be followed during this virtual first budget meeting and related first virtual budget hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This evening, the city is holding its first virtual budget meeting and the related virtual budget public hearing for the purposes of fixing the proposed millage rate, adopting an tentative budget, and approving various agency budgets. There will be a virtual final budget meeting and virtual final budget public hearing on September 24th, 2020 at 5:05 p.m. Pursuant to Executive Order number 20-179, issued by the Office of Governor Ron DeSantis on July 29th, 2020, municipalities may conduct meetings of their governing bodies without having a quorum of its members present physically or at any specific location, and utilizing communications media technologies such as telephonic or video conferencing as provided by Section 120.54, Subsection 5, Subsection B, Subsection 2, Florida statutes. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with related city requirements for the lobbyist before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the City Code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, form a request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk online at municode.com. In accordance with Section 2-33, Subsection F and Subsection G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda for this virtual first budget meeting was published and made available to the mayor, members of the City Commission, and to the public at least 5 full business days in advance of the meeting. The material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition for the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Since this is a virtual meeting as authorized by the Governor of the State of Florida, members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by visiting miamigov.com/virtual meeting to upload their 2 minutes video comments to be played during the virtual commission meeting, or to submit their written comments via the online comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been distributed to elected officials and city administration throughout the day, so the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials up until the chairperson closes the public comment period. Members of the public may also call 305-250-5353 to provide comments via the dedicated City of Miami public comment voicemail, where individuals will be able to leave a 2-minute message that will be played during the virtual commission meeting. Members of the public may also pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the meeting. You may pre-register by calling 305-250-5350 or online at miamigov.com/government/live-public-comment. All comments submitted that will be included as part of the public record for this virtual meeting and will be considered by the City Commission prior to any action taken. The city will accommodate any speakers desiring to appear in person, subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. The city has set up a terminal in the event members of the public wish to travel to City Hall to provide public comment. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any persons exhibiting any symptoms of COVID-19 will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested persons are required to abide by all state, county, and local emergency orders and are urged to remain at home and practice social distancing. If the proposition is continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. Section 286.014 of Florida statutes specifically authorizes the city to prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard, to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition. The city, through its multiple comment options, has provided 5 different methods to indicate, among other things, the public's support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at today's virtual budget meeting. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. These public comment options established and provided for this budget meeting comply with Section 286.0114 and Section 120.54 Florida statutes. The city has also created a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments with either option. Those instructions are provided in a notice to the public via the city's social media channels and published online at miamigov.com. When the City Commission takes action or votes on any proposition before it, it shall do so by roll call, which shall be recorded by the clerk and included in the record. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. Pursuant to statute 200.0065 Florida statutes and 286.0105 Florida statutes, as well as Florida Administrative Code 12D-17.005, no verbatim record is required regarding the public hearings required by Chapter 200. A copy of this video meeting may be required at the Office of Communications or viewed online at miamigov.com. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. The city is using Zoom to hold its September 10, 2020 budget meeting and related budget public hearing with elected officials, city staff participating through video conferencing. Zoom is a cloud platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. In order to ensure that the public has the ability to view the meeting, this virtual meeting and related hearing will be broadcasted live for members of the public to view on Miami TV at miamigov.com, through the city's Facebook page, on the city's Periscope channel, on the city's YouTube channel, and on Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. The city has not selected a virtual platform that requires the public to purchase or download any additional software equipment to watch this meeting. Aside from the Zoom platform and that the participants will be appearing remotely, the public will have no discernible difference in their ability to watch this meeting. Commissioners, please confirm you are comfortable with the notice provisions as set forth and these uniform rules of procedure as we have established for this virtual public first budget hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to recognize the mayor and the city manager, but I don't know if you have anything you want to say right now, or I'll move directly into our budget director, Mr. Rose. You have some required language that you must read into the record. Is that correct? You're muted, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. The language that I need to read into the record is the following. The proposed general operating millage rate for the city of Miami is 7.6665 mils for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021. That operating millage rate is 4.15% higher than the state-defined rolled back rate of 7.3608 mils. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. What we should do now is open up the public hearing for today's agenda. So at this time, I'm going to open the floor for public hearing. What we can do first is see if we have anyone at the lectern at City Hall. If not, any live phone calls. And then finally, we go into the recorded public comments. So at this time, I'll open the floor for public hearing for that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
what are our rules of procedure when individuals come to make personal insults against either members of this board, this government, or others?
If I remember correctly, if someone is making comments that are offensive, we may ask them to leave the chambers. They could be barred from future meetings. They could be subject to arrest. because we have rules in regard to clapping and heckling and things of that nature. So we do have rules.
Okay. Just because we're doing this meeting virtual doesn't mean that somebody virtually could, and maybe doesn't even live in the city, like many that have opined in the past, can come and make all kinds of insults, and we don't have a right to cut them up, whether they left them pre-recorded or they come in person, I believe.
I would agree with you.
And Madam City Attorney, is the chairman and I correct?
It depends if it's being disruptive. Remember that there's a body of case law that says that that we can get even the middle finger pointed at us, and it's a form of free expression. So to the extent that it's disruptive and we need to remove someone, yes. To the extent that it's not complimentary, depending on how vulgar it is, we could potentially lower the volume and things of that nature. But it really depends on the issue, Commissioner.
What if it's defamatory? What if it's defamatory and it's taped and it's played before us and nobody screens that tape and allows it to be played and it's slanderous or defamatory? That falls under the First Amendment right to defame and slander someone.
The case law is very difficult with regard to elected officials.
I know.
To the extent.
You know what, Madam City Attorney?
But not the legal part of it. Not the legal part of it. I think the chairman addressed it the right way. The chairman said that people could be, subjected to a whole bunch of different things. We have a right not to allow people to whether it's a virtual meeting. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Carollo, but I was very offended Probably more offended than you were, because it was what was said is defamatory. It's wrong, and it shouldn't be tolerated. I know the chairman agrees with us that whenever, from now on, moving forward, whether it's virtual or live, that we pre-screen some of these calls, and if someone was probably going to be subject to arrest because he doesn't pay his tax bill, comes before this commission and or tape something and comes before to this commission and does things and says things that are that bad and that ugly, we shouldn't allow that. We shouldn't allow that. And I think you agree with me, Chairman. I think every commissioner here will agree with that, because no one would want that done to them. It's wrong. And we have to be very strong in making those comments and being very firm and standing together with our fellow commissioner in this regard. It's a wrong thing to do.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, you're recognized, sir.
you need a resolution. I'll be happy to make one. If not, I think you could do that on your own, to instruct the city clerk. If anyone is going to speak to defame anyone, whether it's us or people not present here, that he uses his finger to cut them off and take them out. And then they could go to that ambulance chaser that tries to pretend he's a victim, that it's got a lot more problems than I would ever want to see in my life, to represent them. And they could all play victim. But what we should not allow here is for a same small group of people to come and keep repeating lies after lies after lies, because you repeat a lie in their philosophy 1,000 times, they feel they could make it into the truth. So my request, Mr. Chairman, and if you need a motion, I'll be happy to make it, is to instruct the clerk that, since we're not in a live meeting where you could do it, if there's anything defamatory that's being launched, for him to cut that individual off or the recording off.
And I'll second that motion.
I don't think it's required, but
Not required, but I just said if you need it.
No, I it's perfectly fine to accept it as a motion. It's been probably moved and seconded. What I would like to do is use the language that the city attorney reads into the record, which is that any person making offensive remarks or becomes unruly in the chambers will be barred from further attending city commission meetings that may be subject to arrest. So obviously there is a bit of decorum that's required in our meetings, and I would agree that I would need the city clerk's assistance in keeping those sorts of comments or remarks from being made by either stopping their recording, move on to the next person. Because we're in this sort of setting, it's nothing I can really do about it. I don't control the video for people's comments at all. So I think that would be fair. I want to call on Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've recognized that in other bodies, they have language with regard to ad hominem attacks, where you're not attacking the issue, but you're attacking the person. And so they simply don't allow that period. So there's no objective nature of whether something's defamatory or not, whether it's true or not. You simply just cannot attack a person directly, which might be a good blanket piece of language if you're thinking of an actual motion. But you're right, it does already say it in our preamble for the day that anyone that is attacking or well, the words you just used, you already have that ability. But I would be very supportive of an ad hominem issue because it just keeps things from getting personal, which it shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's interesting. Over lunch, I was actually talking about that comment that I thought it was unnecessary, and it's unbecoming, and it doesn't emphasize the point. It just merely takes away from the message, whatever your message is, and so that's unfortunate. So, seeing no further comment on that issue, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against, that motion carries.
Chair, just so you know, I'll do my best to work with communications and IT, but I do not control. The only ability that I have is to control if someone is speaking here in the chambers.
Right.
So I'll just have to see how communications and IT can handle those situations.
Well, then we need to get the manager then.
Mr. Chair, if I may, then Todd, if you don't control it, find someone that does. But before they go public, somebody's got to screen them. And if those kind of personal attacks, then you don't play them.
And if, for instance, if we're hearing something that is offensive in the moment, Mr. Hannon, if there's any way that you can communicate, because I'm assuming IT would be where you are, maybe at least in the other office. If not, we need to find a way that we could send a message to IT to automatically. I mean, that's not something I want to have to monitor as chairman. I want to be able to focus on the substance of the business and not ancillary attacks. So if there's any way that you could assist in communicating to IT, who controls the function of the public comment, that would be wonderful.
Understood, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're ready for
Manager, since the clerk does not control IT, we don't control IT, only you control IT. What say you?
No, it's easily, we go through all the comments anyway, communication does. So we can review those comments ahead of time and determine whether or not a comment fits that criteria and remove it.
Okay.
Very good. Very good.
Okay, so let's go to public comment then.
Operator 2, you're live.
Ma'am, go ahead. You're live with the commission.
Hi. Hello. It sounds like they're still talking.
Go ahead. They're listening.
Okay. Hi. Good evening. My name is Myra Cruz. I live at 50 Southwest 10th Street, Miami, Florida 33130. I am here to virtually to speak about the Division of Resilience and Sustainability, in particular to increase support for this division. First, I want to thank you for meeting with Catalyst Miami and community members yesterday to discuss the budget. We really thank you for spending the time to discuss these issues with us. We also want to thank you for leading on climate adaptation projects and initiatives. It definitely goes a long way to ensure resilience here in our city. But I would also like to make recommendations to further enhance and push this work forward, and really bringing your focus to providing full-time mitigation, community outreach, and climate justice staff as part of the Division of Resilience and Sustainability. It's important to focus on adaptation, but it's also even more important to focus on ways to increase mitigation here in our city. Without that, we really are setting ourselves for failure in the future. We can't address these issues fully and comprehensively. As well, it's important to consider accountability measures. There is a budget addendum that we've worked on, Catalyst Miami and other committee members, that we spoke with you about yesterday, that includes performance metrics for mitigation and community engagement, and would greatly encourage you to take a look at those and consider including those as an addendum to your budget. Once again, thank you for your time, and thank you for the work that you've done so far. I hope that you consider these recommendations.
Operator 3, you're live.
Hello, ma'am. You're live with the commission now. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sofia Cuenca. I am the program manager at Healthy Little Havana at 515 South West 12th Avenue, Suite 525, Miami, Florida 33130. I want to thank you for your time and this opportunity to speak here today in support of the neighborhood enhancement teams. As an organization whose mission is to develop and support a healthier Little Havana by addressing the social determinants of health, we believe that it is of utmost importance to allocate adequate resources to the net offices. From a public health perspective, I am generally concerned of the negative impacts the reduction of net offices will have in our community. The Marlins net office opened barely a year ago and was strategically designed to serve the needs of the residents of Little Havana, a community of largely overpopulated low-income immigrants with an array of social and economic disadvantages. It has previously been stated that net offices will be combined and services will not be impacted, but the inequities that exist in our community when it comes to access to transportation and the number of resources that are provided at the physical net office locations must not be ignored. The net office provide a window to the city services, and it is partly their grassroots efforts that help improve residents' trust and perception of government services. At Healthy Little Havana, we are working on numerous projects with varying partners in the areas of education, employment, public space, and housing. And I hope that as the commission makes this difficult decision, they sincerely consider the residents of Little Havana and how the decisions being made at this table are impacting the health of our community members. Thank you so much for your time.
Operator 1, you're live.
Hello, ma'am. You're live with City Commission.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Anna Marie Mello with Urban Health Solutions, located at 425 Northeast 22nd Street. UHS is dedicated to weaving health considerations and policy plans and programs. Its nonprofit arm, Urban Health Partnership, has served the city of Miami by collaborating with residents and stakeholders to address health disparities for the past nearly 10 years. And as a public health professional and board member of Healthy Little Havana, I'd like to state my strong opposition for any recommendation to consolidate net offices. In particular, the Marlins Park net office in Little Havana has been an invaluable partner for our residents to be able to establish positive relationships with our law enforcement, to be able to address the plague of litter and illegal dumping in Little Havana. And on a daily basis, they are the boots on the ground. They're really our connection to the city. And in considering to consolidate or remove this public resource in our most vulnerable communities, it just doesn't make sense. It's difficult to understand. And just hearing the priorities from our commission and our administration, I have to believe that you all want a stronger city, you want a more resilient city, you want a more economically viable city, a healthier city, and the only way we can do that is by not cutting the resources in these most vulnerable communities, but uplifting our communities and providing the resources that they need so that they can connect to the city. And I can't say enough of what a wonderful partner Net Office has been. And it's disappointing to think that there's a possibility that our budget and our resources don't reflect our priorities. I hope we can find creative mechanisms to be able to bring the resources and the funding we need to support them. Thank you.
Operator 2, you're live.
Ma'am, go ahead. You're live with the commission.
My name is Constance Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Lotus House Women's Shelter. Tonight, Lotus House is sheltering close to 490 women and children who, but for this shelter, may be forced to stay in violent and abusive situations, risk losing their children to foster care, or face hunger, injury, or death out on the street. They are among the most fragile and vulnerable in our community, many with special medical and mental health needs, elders, pregnant, and youth. Over 250 plus of our children each night are largely between the ages of birth and the tender age of 5. Throughout this pandemic, we have sheltered nearly 1,000 women and children. We remain fully operational at capacity at tremendous cost, never shuttering our doors because we are an essential service. Our dedicated team put their lives on the line because lives are on the line here. We have asked for $450,000 to provide partial funding for 53 beds for women and children in the coming year. Last year, we were assured by the Commission that we would receive $400,000. Only about $180,000 materialized. We are asking for parity with the $460,000 annual funding provided by the city to shelter men living on the street. Your budget reflects the City of Miami's priorities. We ask for meaningful, substantive financial support for high special needs women and children experiencing homelessness as a priority. And we are not the only ones asking. The Change.org petition we launched requesting Mayor Suarez and each of you to provide more funding for emergency shelter and supportive services for women and children has over 13,453 signatures to date and counting. Your help is more than life-changing. It is life-saving. Thank you.
Operator 3, you're live.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am, you're on. Go ahead.
Rachel Collins. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to say please allocate more of the money to redistribute the wealth because there are a lot of homeless people in the city, and the healthcare crisis and the climate emergency will exacerbate these problems. I urge the leadership to invest in solutions that treat the root cause of these disparities rather than Band-Aids. We don't want charity, we want justice. And part of that has to do with funding these weapons that are used against the citizens of Miami, such as tear gas and rubber bullets. This is wrong. And the nonviolent protesters that I'm in communication with have fallen victim to these shows of force. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Operator 1, you're live.
Hello, ma'am. You're on live.
Hello. My name is Maya Stein. I'm a student at the University of Miami, and I'm located at 1250 South Miami Avenue, Miami, Florida 33130. I'm calling in today because I'm deeply concerned about the lack of protections and investments in environmental health and the preservation efforts in regards to Miami's natural resources and ecosystems. I urge the City of Miami to increase the Division of Resilience and Sustainability budget so that some of the following issues can be addressed. The filtration of outfall types, enforcing fines and bans for construction site dumping, expanding waste and recycling infrastructure, sewage and septic tank leakages, sea level rise, plastic pollution, and regulating harmful chemicals and fertilizers. I hope you consider these recommendations, and thank you so much for your time.
Okay, we're going to go now to recorded public comment.
Hi, my name is Antonio Delaglio. I'm a resident of Miami at 665 Northeast 52nd Street. I'm calling in support of the Downtown Bike Network. I would urge the City Commission to support this effort. There's ample support and research that supports the reasoning for it, such as reduced traffic congestion. It would position Miami as a world-class destination, similar to every other major metropolitan city around the globe. And obviously, the environmental impact is much less for a city who's already very vulnerable with the environment. I ask your support for the bike network, and it's important that this issue is not delayed any further in the interest of real estate developers. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Abigail Ape, and I'm representing the Brickell Homeowners Association with a membership of 35 condominiums in Brickell. The Brickell downtown community is a budget engine for the city of Miami, yet we have struggled to have basic services completed in our community. Since February of this year, I've been submitting tickets via 311 to get Brickell Avenue service. There is trash and overgrown shrubs all down the avenue, and it looks very poorly maintained. Since the City of Miami maintenance team runs on a grid system, I was informed that they would not be able to get our avenue service until October of this year. That means 10 months of an avenue that's looking raggedy and not up to par. I am requesting that a team focus on our area to keep our space properly maintained and to return the charm to the heart of our city. I ask the commission to please take my comment into consideration and to address this issue. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abby Abe. I am a resident at 244 Biscayne Boulevard in downtown Miami. I'd like to speak on the closures of several of the net offices, the one that includes the closure of the downtown Brickell net office. I'm very concerned about this as there's hundreds and thousands of residents within the downtown and the Brickell community, and I think that keeping resources in a very populous and transient community is critical to our growth. I don't think that taking resources from our community is what is wise at this time. So I would ask that you please keep open the downtown and the Brickell net office. Thank you. My name is Gabriela Rodriguez, and I live at 13862 Southwest 102 Lane 33186. I'd like to comment on the budget for the Division of Resilience and Sustainability. The City of Miami's Division of Resilience and Sustainability, which directly addresses climate action, has been moved under the Office of Resilience and Public Works, which includes stormwater, sewer, and tree maintenance. Although the office budget is increasing, the division that tackles carbon reduction is decreasing in staff time and budget. This is unacceptable. Climate justice needs to be supported by increasing staff and funding. I ask that you please reconsider the budget to allocate proper funding for sustainability and community outreach staff members. I am a 21-year-old community educator myself who speaks to people around Miami about the climate crisis, particularly our vulnerable youth. I know that education and outreach is incredibly necessary for the resilience of this city. We need more feet on the ground to support, protect, and prepare our communities. Do not forget, the climate crisis is not one issue that you can solve with a Band-Aid. Please stop treating it like that. A changing climate is the greatest threat to the city, from hurricanes to the gentrification of families, and combating it with very little resources, funding, and staff is a blatant injustice to the constituents of the City of Miami. This is not how you act in an emergency. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justin Trieger. I live at 1926 Northwest 17th Street, and I am also the Vice President of the Allapattah Neighborhood Association. Thank you for the opportunity to share a comment this evening regarding this current year's fiscal budget or proposed fiscal budget. I and many members of the Allapattah community feel very strongly that both our net administrator, Yariel Diaz, and his staff should retain their positions regardless of whatever reductions are made budgetarily in the net department's budget for this current year. Yariel and his staff have made themselves an indispensable part of our community. they've been at the center of a lot of great progress that we've made, both in coalescing a bunch of neighborhood organizations and individuals towards collective goals. And he and his staff truly set the bar in terms of what a public representative should be. Our understanding based on the community budget reviews a couple weeks ago is that any staffing decisions in the net offices will be made based on seniority or civil servant guidelines. Understanding that that is a factor, we feel very strongly that it would be in the city's best interest and it would be the best use of resources to retain these highly impactful individuals. So whatever we have to do to keep this rock star in his current position along with his other staff members, I encourage you to make that happen. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Arnold Mazar. I am a citizen of Wynwood, Miami. My address is PO Box 37373, Miami, Florida 33137. I'm calling in pertaining to the budget and the proposed closing of the 8 net offices, including the Wynwood Edgewater office. I guess my question regarding this is how was this decision made, or why were the selected offices that are proposed to be chosen? And is there a way to better spread out the opened office compared to the closed ones? Because from my understanding, the 8 offices that are proposed to be closed are essentially located in the city. We're looking at Overtown, Wynwood, Little Haiti, and that's like literally the entire center of the city. So I'm trying to understand why the offices that are selected to be closed, the ones selected, and how is that process done, and how can it be better organized to cover the majority of the city and not having to make people who live in that center of the city have to travel long distances to engage with their net offices. So that's basically my question, and trying to understand how that process works, because it seems to me that if you close those offices in the center of the city, then you're literally closing off to an entire portion of the community that really needs support from the city and needs to be directly in contact and communication with the city. This is Alejandro Avila, and my address is 10101, Circle Court, 154th Circle Court. And I'm calling for the Division of Resilience and Sustainability. I'm calling on behalf of Gen Z to ask the city mayor and commissioners to prioritize decarbonization and climate resilience work. The Office of Resilience needs to hire more staff that will help us find more solutions to the vulnerable Florida coastlines. We need you to be the leaders that we need right now and help us give us a fighting chance for a sustainable future.
Hi, my name is Carolina Fernandez Mazzoni, and I live at 555 Northeast 30th Street, Miami, Florida, 33137. I'm speaking today as a constituent who is concerned about the threats and very visible effects of the climate crisis in Miami. No matter what our political leanings are, we cannot deny the fact that our city is getting hotter and hotter by the year. Hurricane and extreme weather events are becoming more frequent by the year, and even our beautiful bodies of water will become unsustainable for marine life as water temperatures continue rising. Although the climate crisis is something that will ultimately affect us all, including our own children and grandchildren, it is hitting low-wealth communities hardest right now. To name just one example, when storms happen and flooding forces people out of their homes, not everyone has a place to go or the financial means to pay for repairs and make their homes inhabitable again. The city budget related to climate action should be bigger than just 0.03% of the total city budget. The Division of Resilience and Sustainability needs to be supported with more funding and staff. In addition, our city needs to invest in addressing greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonization. While the city is doing a lot on adaptation and flood projects, it's lacking in its support of these areas. We're relying on you, our leaders, to prioritize your community's concerns and make investments that address the climate crisis so that our residents can live and thrive here for generations to come. Thank you for your time. Hi, my name is Daniela Molina. I live in Miami at 15840 Southwest 143rd Ave, and I'm calling about the City of Miami budget hearing. I want to ask that you reallocate funds away from policing and towards climate resiliency and sustainability. There's no bigger issue than the climate crisis, and the City of Miami is at the forefront. We should be a model city, but instead we're years behind, spending money trying to fix the symptoms instead of fixing the root of the problem. We need to divest from fossil fuels and invest in clean, renewable energy. I ask you to please put our people's lives first. This crisis will only get worse no matter how much we adapt to the problem. We need to focus on mitigating it as well. Divest from fossil fuels, invest in renewable energy. Thank you for your time, and I hope you hear our concerns with an open mind and an open heart.
Good morning, City of Miami leaders. My name is Andrea Crumrine, and I live at 517 Northeast 121st Street, North Miami, Florida, 33161. Today, I encourage all of you to increase the budget for the Division of Resilience and Sustainability. Your commitment to this division is more important now than ever for the future of Miami and Miami-Dade County. Specifically, I would like to encourage you to increase the budget to allow for appropriate staffing necessary for meaningful climate action, greenhouse gas reduction, and carbon mitigation. I encourage you to expand this important division for the future of Miami and Miami-Dade County. As local leaders of the City of Miami, you too carry the responsibility to set an example for all of South Florida. Thank you in advance for your careful consideration.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Genesis Barrios. I live in 923 Southwest 12th Avenue, Apartment 2, Miami, Florida, 33130, part of District 3 under Commissioner Joe Carrillo. The agenda item I'd like to comment on is regarding the budget. Now, I am a 26-year-old who grew up in Little Havana. I came back to Miami after college because Miami is my home. Miami is my future, but there will absolutely be no future for me or for Miami if our city does not prioritize the response to the threat of climate change. We are in a climate state of emergency. Therefore, it is imperative that the Division of Resilience and Sustainability receive adequate staff support and priority in funding. Thank you. Hello, my name is Olivia Collins. I'm the Director of Programs for the Clio Institute, a nonprofit dedicated to climate change education and advocacy located at 2103 Coral Way in Miami. I'm submitting my comments today to speak on the proposed city budget for the City of Miami. This proposal, as currently outlined by the budget, shows that the budget for resilience work would be cut by 50%, showing $831,000 last year compared to $409,000 this year, and shrinking full-time staff from 5 positions to 3. While I commend the City of Miami for all its work in adaptation and flood prevention, we really have to focus our efforts on mitigation and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, getting to the source of the problem. If we want to hold true to the claim that we are a resilient city and working in line with the declared climate emergency, then our budget must also reflect this. Another issue of concern is the fact that this budget proposal does not have a dedicated staff to manage the greenhouse gas mitigation plan for the City of Miami. When we consider that Miami is one of the most vulnerable cities in the U.S. to the impacts of the climate crisis, I don't know how a staff of barely 3 can take on the mammoth task of protecting the City of Miami and its most vulnerable residents and tackling the greenhouse gas mitigation plan. This will require more staff and staff that are dedicated to community outreach. I would like to recommend that the budget for resilience work be significantly increased to reflect the amount of work that is still needed to uplift our communities in need and protect the city from the impacts of climate change like extreme heat, flooding, bigger hurricanes, saltwater intrusion, and so on. If we truly care about the future of the city, then we need to propose a budget that reflects the work needed to protect it, because resilience is more than just sea level rise. It's about people and their livelihoods. Thank you very much.
My name is Mariela Lopez Alvear. I'm a resident at 661 North 68th Street, Miami, Florida, 33138. I'm also an activist and an advocate for the Upper East Side and all the surrounding neighborhoods around me, or in the city of Miami for that matter. I'm placing this phone call September 9th at 2:56 p.m. And I want to talk about the net office that we have on the Upper East Side, which is very, very much necessary, especially since we have a lot of renegade businesses that just come on in and find loopholes and do whatever they want to do and not adhere to the historic board recommendations and take it up to the commissioners, and they know that loophole and that roundabout, and by the time that, anything can be done, a year has already passed, and then they get away with it, like Little Bites and their mural, and also La Placita with their mural. And God knows if we don't have that office and we don't have these people that we need so much, that are so very dedicated, professional, kind, with empathy and respectful to anyone that comes in here there and has any issues, especially Cindy Cruz and Shay. They're amazing people, and really we need to keep that office. It's a must. You cannot get rid of it, because if you do, you will definitely have a big problem with renegade businesses and buildings and so forth, and residential construction that will not be the code, and they will just get away with murder. Behind my house at 642 Northeast 68th Street, they built a fence without code, and they had no permits, no nothing, and they took advantage of the COVID, and they know that the boards are not meeting, and therefore there goes that fence illegally there forever and ever until the things get back to normal, which hopefully they will, and soon. So I wish all of you the best, and to be healthy, wear your mask, and please, whatever you do not get rid of the net office in the Upper East Side. It will be a real problem, and it will be a real mess if we don't have these people who are supervising our neighborhood and making sure that people are complying and that things are in order. Thank you.
Yes, I'm the owner of the lot at 683 Northeast 68th Street, 33138, and I'm calling in reference to the network. It's a very necessary office for the neighborhood, the Upper East Side, and I appreciate that you don't take away that office. We all need it. And please, my number is 305-332-3291. And my name is Emma Lopez, and the property is 683 Northeast 68th Street, 33138. Again, it's in reference of the network office that we all in the neighborhood of the Upper East Side need their services that are courteous, that are professional, and always try to solve the problems. Thank you very much. And anything, please call me to the phone I left, 305-332-3291. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Will Vasquez, 3225 Northwest 3rd Avenue, Miami, Florida. In reference to the Wynwood office closing, I would like to address important reasons to strongly consider keeping the Wynwood office open. First and foremost, the net office is an essential direct line of communication with our community. We must remember that we have a large group of elderly residents, and they have had the comfort of knowing that they can walk to the office and speak with someone directly about their concerns and issues in the neighborhood. I cannot state strongly enough how vital and effective this office has been in dealing with chronic issues in the neighborhood. Ms. Tonya Brown has been an essential, excellent liaison between the city and the resident of Wynwood Norte. The administrator has a unique knowledge and understanding of the neighborhood and the issues that require ongoing attention, and this will be lost. I understand that the city experienced financial challenges due to COVID and other factors, but perhaps we can consider maintaining the office partially open, for example, 2 to 3 days a week. In closing, I ask our elected officials to understand that Wynwood Norte has been a neighborhood patiently waiting to be recognized and given the attention that it deserves. Taking critical resources away is detrimental to all the stakeholders who have invested their lives and livelihood in this neighborhood. Now that Wynwood has renewed interest and growth in quality of life, we ask that you help us by maintaining the services we have fought so hard to get, and now find ourselves with a diminished line of communication with the city of Miami. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amalia de la Fuente. I'm a resident at 214 Biscayne Boulevard in downtown Miami. Over the course of the years, I've seen the wonderful work that the downtown DDA does, and this message is to encourage the commission to pass the budget that was proposed. I'm thankful for your work and that of the DDA. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Antonella Murciano. My address is 9854 Hammock Boulevard.
and I'm calling for the Division of Resilience and Sustainability. I'm asking the City Mayor and the Commissioners to prioritize decarbonization and the climate resilience work. The Office of Resilience needs more funding, not only for solutions, but for staff as well. Climate is something that's very important and something that needs to be looked at now. If it's not looked at now, the repercussions will be immense, and it's not something that we can hold off. It's just simply not. And as someone who has lived here my whole life, as someone who's just graduated from high school, I would like to see my community do the work and look good for our future generations, not just for mine. Thank you.
Yes, this is Vivian Perkins. I would like to ask you to please reconsider the Model City Net Office in Model City, because we need all the hands-on help we can get to improve this area. Many violations, abandoned buildings, alleyways, unsafe structures. Many areas, they're leaving construction material, tires. It's a garage dump around here. It's loud music, graffiti to runaway businesses. We need opportunity to improve and protect our children, our community. We're struggling around here. Let's work hard to make Model City a model city indeed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natalie Rivas. I live in 330 74th Street, Miami, Florida, 33141. I'm calling to submit a public comment regarding the City of Miami budget. I would like to support the prioritization of decarbonizing our economy and our transportation. We all know that the climate crisis has negative impacts on our health. Increases extreme weather events like hurricanes, increases sea level rise, increases algal blooms, and the degradation of our oceans. This has huge impacts on our economy, on our food and water security, and we really need to prioritize climate resiliency and climate justice, especially for marginalized communities, and we need this to be reflected on the budget. Thank you.
In September 2019, the City of Miami declared a climate emergency. The declaration states that we are facing a, quote, climate and ecological emergency that threatens our city, region, state, nation, civilization, humanity, and the natural world. It continues stating that, quote, the City of Miami commits to a Miami-wide mobilization effort to reverse global warming and the ecological crisis. The City of Miami must end wide greenhouse gas emissions as quickly as possible and no later than the year 2030. With that said, the proposed budget for the 2020 through 2021 fiscal year opposes this statement by only providing 0.03% of the City of Miami's budget to the Division of Resiliency and Sustainability. The climate crisis is an urgent issue that deserves to have a much larger budget than what is being proposed. Without adequate funding, Miami is unable to reach sustainability targets. If the City of Miami doesn't commit to their climate emergency declaration, our city will continue as a place where rising sea levels threaten its future existence. Sea level rise and flooding provokes contaminated water issues and compromised sewage systems, along with the displacement of thousands of Miami residents. Currently, 98% of properties in downtown Miami face high risks of flooding. Low-income communities will face greater challenges from food security as saltwater intrusion disrupts agriculture and availability of safe, reliable drinking water. As a result, our city will eventually become uninhabitable. It is clear that Mayor Suarez and the City of Miami are not taking action to protect our future. The City of Miami needs to fund the Division of Resiliency and Sustainability and take action upon the climate declaration, such as reaching net zero emissions and educating the community about the climate crisis. As human beings, we deserve a livable future, and whoever tries taking that away from us is acting in the most evil way imaginable.
Hi, this is Alala. I'm the VP of Policy and Advocacy at Catalyst Miami, and that's located at 3000 Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. I am calling. It wouldn't be like me not to make a comment at the budget hearing. So thank you so much for taking meetings with us and to address our concerns to the Division of Resilience and Sustainability. I am just calling to encourage you to add in our budget addendum with the performance metrics related to climate action into the final adopted budget, as well as to ask you in this year and in future years to up the number of full-time staff dealing with our climate crisis through the Division of Resilience and Sustainability from a mitigation lens and a greenhouse gas reduction lens. We certainly need it. All right. Thank you so much for your partnership. Bye.
Daniel Massa, 120 Northwest 34th Street, Miami, Florida, 33127. I'm calling to support increased funding for the Division of Resilience and Sustainability, especially in the area of decarbonization. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Riza Fernandez, and my address is 992 Northwest 5th Street, Miami, Florida, 33129. And I'm calling regarding the NED office for Little Havana at Marlins Park. I am the chair of Live Healthy Little Havana, where the NED office and its staff and director has been a tremendous support to our community and our residents throughout this pandemic and throughout the years that it has been operating at the Marlins, dealing from illegal dumping, the trash, helping with COVID relief, with food distributions, being part of our volunteer committee for a healthier Little Havana in reference to public spaces and different issues that we are working at in Little Havana. And we want to ask the support of our commissioners to please do not take down the office. It is vital and important to our community of Little Havana. And so we ask you to please support it, as well as a project for Henderson Park for lighting. For over 2 years, we've been asking for lighting for the turf area. Please support it in our budget. And thank you so much, commissioners.
Hello, my name is Diana Cortez. My address is 16002 Southwest 61st Lane, Miami, Florida. And I'm calling for the Division of Resilience and Sustainability budget hearing. I'm also calling to ask the city mayor and the commissioners to prioritize the decarbonization and climate resilience work that is currently being performed by our Office of Resilience. This is the office that not only needs more budgeting, but we need more staff. We need more people to be out there to be proactive in finding solutions so that we can go ahead and make Miami-Dade a stronger city and more resilient when it comes to hurricanes and any future disaster that we may face. I'm calling not only on behalf of this generation of our millennials, but I'm also calling for the next generations that are coming, and also for our wildlife that cannot speak for itself. Again, I am calling to ask the city mayors and commissioners prioritize decarbonization for climate resilience work here in the county of Miami-Dade County. Thank you kindly for your time. Have a lovely day, and please, I ask that you be the leaders of the future that we need right now. Thank you.
This is Joyce Nelson, 2535 Inagua Avenue, resident since 1974 and taxpayer since then. I'm calling regarding the city budget that's going to be taking place September 10th. I am advocating for the Division of Resilience and Sustainability, greenhouse gas emissions, sustainability, or decarbonization. While the city is doing a lot on adaptation and flood projects, it is lacking in its support of these areas. To be specific, the budget related to climate action has been cut in half this year, lowering it to just 0.03% of the total budget. We are moving in the wrong direction. Climate resilience should be a primary concern. Thank you.
Hello, Mira Rubel. My family are the founders of the Rubel Museum, 28 years in Wynwood and now in Alapatha. We are thrilled to be here. We are thrilled to be part of this community. And I just wanted to know that without Yadiel Diaz's participation, collaboration, and help, I don't see how we could have managed to open this museum in time for Art Basel last year. his active, hands-on commitment to this community and to us and to every person living here is profound. He puts together these circles of community people to figure out issues and problems and solve them. But the important thing is that he knows how to bring people together, figure out the issues, and figure out how to solve problems. His connecting us not only to the community, but to the police that is in charge of this place, making us feel safer, making us feel more connected, making us feel that we have become members of this community. He's kind of, I have to say, a kind of heart and soul of Alapatha, because when we have a problem, when our director, Juan Valadez, has a problem, the first person he calls is Yadiel. And it's important to know that, because we know how busy the police is, we know how busy the commissioner is, everyone's doing what they're doing, but he's like focused on the day-to-day issues of solving problems. And frankly, without him, I can't even imagine how we can do what we do in that office. And that office is so critical to us. And I also want to say that he is going to help transition Alapatha from this industrial neighborhood into a viable residential working neighborhood. This is not about gentrification. This is not about replacing or displacing a single resident in Alapatha. This is about creating a community where people live and work together.
Hello, my name is Nicole Gazzo. My address is 12700 Southwest 91st Avenue, and I'm coming to speak in behalf of the commission's and the mayor's decision to lessen the budget for resiliency this year and kind of reduce the staff that it's getting, given that the people who are now going to be working on resiliency only need to dedicate 80% or 50% of their time because they're tackling other public works issues. Now, given that Miami is the ground zero location for a climate catastrophe, this is extremely irresponsible and goes to show where the true priorities of my city stand. If you truly thought that the climate emergency was truly an emergency, we would be spending billions of dollars, just like the money we got from the Marine Corps for that Bay infrastructure project, which is also adapted, just like you all keep getting billions of dollars to implement flood projects and to implement projects that will only place gum on top of a hole in a boat at sea. That's kind of like what the adaptive strategies are. If you truly thought that this climate crisis was an emergency, all those billions of dollars would have been going towards investing in clean energy. Obviously, we need to adapt to the climate crisis, but first and foremost, we should have been on our way to 100% clean energy at the moment. Remember that if we want a Miami for everyone, especially your children, fossil fuels are not the way, and only spending money on adaptive strategies are not the way either. We need clean energy ASAP. We need to decarbonize. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marco Diaz. My address is 1320 Southeast 31st Street, Homestead, Florida 33035. I'm calling in to talk about climate change and the importance that work continues to happen. It's important to me because I'm a teacher and I teach students, and I want to make sure it's being done to protect our environment, especially in our city. We live in a city of Miami. It's an incredible city, but sea rise, stormage, drains, different issues that happen every year that occur because of climate change, and it's important that we continue the work, that it never stops, no matter what, and I just wanted to leave that message. Thank you and have a great evening.
Good evening. My name is Arely Lozano Cantu.
I am Health and Community Development Program Manager at Urban Health Partnerships, an organization that works in Miami-Dade. I live in Broward County on 1400 Northeast 57th Street in Fort Lauderdale. But I dedicate a lot of my time and energy to the Miami-Dade community and different communities that are served by the NET offices. So my public comment today is to speak on in support of the neighborhood enhancement teams, aka NET offices, available to multiple and to all Miami-Dade residents throughout Miami, throughout the city of Miami. Our organization works in Overtown, Alapata, and Little Havana, among other communities in the county, but these are the ones that are pertinent to the city of Miami. And all of those three communities rely on the efforts, support, connection, and services that come through and by the NET teams. So I really believe that it is a detriment to our communities who are actually suffering more than ever due to the pandemic to cut this off the city's budget because some of them, because they really do serve the purpose that they were intended to serve. In all of the communities that I mentioned, Overtown, Alapata, and Little Havana, our community members use the NET offices as a safe place, as a place where they know they can attend and join and come for Zumba classes or to fill out a complaint that they couldn't do on 311. I think it is extremely important that we continue to support this sort of city-led engagement of community members that don't always have all the accesses or knowledges to be able to access the bureaucratic processes, the information and education that is available. Please continue to support.
Hello, I am Emily Gonzalez, a student at Coral Gables Senior High School representing Sunrise Movement. The youth are asking you to please take climate action. This year in March, my own home was flooded and impacted by sea level rise. I remember it was a rainy day and I was home writing an essay, and so my mom tells me to come, and I noticed that water is entering my apartment. The water kept getting higher and higher every 30 minutes. That really made me nervous. When I looked outside my building, I remember that I just cried and broke down and just feeling hopeless. It came to the extent where I felt like I couldn't protect my mom. We lost internet for days and had to buy new materials such as like a refrigerator, couches, and more. Every time it rains now in Miami, I am terrified that it will occur again. Mayor Suarez, I know that if no action is taken, my apartment will be flooded again. Day by day, I am losing my hope. I am begging you to please prioritize decarbonization and climate resiliency work. I don't want anyone to go through what I went through. We still have time to make positive change. Thank you.
Greetings, Mayor Suarez and Commissioners. My name is Eric Offengand, and I am with 350 South Florida. I'm speaking to you from the shores of North Biscayne Bay, where we saw a massive fish kill and algae bloom just a few weeks ago, caused in part by record high temperatures. This is just one of the many climate change impacts we are already experiencing in Miami, and we will only see more until we make a serious effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across our society. I'm concerned about the future of the Office of Resilience and Sustainability, which was created for the sole purpose of combating climate change. Several questions remain unanswered about the city's plan to merge the ORS with Public Works. Specifically, how much money and staff hours will be budgeted on carbon reduction projects? Miami cannot afford any delay in reducing our carbon footprint and needs to actually increase the budget and staff for carbon mitigation projects if we want to be serious about honoring the commitments made to the C40 Cities Plan and the Climate Emergency Declaration that was passed last year. I thank you for your time and look forward to working with you in the future to make Miami truly a sustainable and resilient city.
My name is Samuel Lattimore, president of the Charles Hadley Neighborhood Association. I live at 937 Northwest 55th Street, Miami, Florida. I'm here to oppose the budget item that tends to close two net offices in District 5. Via a Miami Herald message, the city of Miami proposed closing several net offices. It was revealed that those offices were the Little Haiti and Model Cities office. At a recent virtual budget meeting, I asked Mr. Casamano the rationale. He could give me none except to say density. Density was not the issue and is not the issue, I submit. After looking at the data regarding demographics, it appears there may be some other issues. Additionally, in reviewing the budget, I see that 11 positions were removed from the net operation versus only smaller units for other departments. I suspect and contend that Mr. Casamayor's intention was to deliberately impact one of the most needed services in the city of Miami. The model cities and net offices should not be merged and placed at the Upper East Side. I contend that this would be an impossibility for residents who utilize the services for the many services that net provide. I'm oppose this, and I question the motives that were put into this decision to close those offices. I suspect that there were some other issues that we were not aware of that forced them to remove 11 positions from the NET program and to close two of our most busiest offices that serve people, mostly the underserved, the elderly, children, and other.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Guajardo. I reside at 1432 Northwest 28th Street, Miami, Florida 33142. Hello, Commissioners. I'm calling today to express some concern I have regarding the reductions in net services being proposed by the city budget for the upcoming fiscal year. We are all experiencing the financial burden of reduced revenues during the COVID-19 economic recession, and I understand that budget cuts are both an unfortunate and very difficult necessity at this time. Tough decisions must be made, and while broad sweeping actions such as using tenure in position may be expedient and easy, its outcome may result in very talented and effective city employees being displaced solely as a result of their lack of tenure. As a lifelong resident of Allapattah, I've never seen so many people of this community more engaged, active, and proud of its neighborhood. A big part of that is the work Yadiel Diaz has done during his tenure as administrator of the Allapattah Net Office. For the past several years, Mr. Diaz has made himself and his terrific staff an indispensable part of our community. Allapattah is going through a lot of change. Losing Mr. Diaz could have a direct and detrimental impact to our community. I know I speak for many here in Allapattah when I say we cannot, must not let this happen. I request that the decision makers, whomever they may be, revisit this decision and do not approve this budget until there are assurances that Mr. Diaz and his staff will keep their positions in the Allapattah Net office. Thank you.
Hello, this is Clara Ransom from 1901 Cortez Street, Coral Gables, Florida, with Parents for Future Miami. Last November, the City of Miami passed a climate emergency resolution which recognizes that we are in a climate emergency and that the changes needed to address it require World War II style mobilization. It also says that the City of Miami wishes to be a leader in addressing the climate emergency. We are in September 2020 now, almost 10 months later, and we have not seen much activity on the climate front coming from the city. Then this summer, we learned that the city has slashed the budget for the Office of Resilience and Sustainability, the one little office that was doing whatever it could to address the climate crisis. Let's just say that if the U.S. had treated the mobilization for World War II the way you are treating the climate emergency, we would all be speaking German by now. The climate crisis is worse than World War II. If we lose this battle, there will be no winners, and there will be no place to hide. Earth is our only home. Our lives, our children's lives, and all life on Earth is at stake. You must act now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Aguirre, and my address is 3069 Day Ave, number 5, Miami, Florida, 33133. I'm here speaking on behalf of Audubon, Florida, and as a lifelong resident of Miami who looks forward to continuing to call the city my home. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to comment on the proposed budget. My comments are directed towards the budget for the Department of Resilience and Public Works. This is a difficult budget year, and we are gladdened and grateful to see that the budget and staff for the Office of Resilience and Sustainability has been maintained as that office has merged into Public Works. As that office, however, is folded into the Department of Public Works, we ask that the budget narrative for Public Works be amended to reflect the priorities of both offices, including the community outreach and climate mitigation work that is so important to Miami's resilience. And additionally, while we understand the budget constraints this year, we also recognize that it is imperative to grow the city's capacity for greenhouse gas emissions reductions. To that effect, if not this year, then in future years, there must be an increase in staff dedicated entirely to greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Without amplifying the budget and staff for climate mitigation, the city's commendable progress on climate adaptation will not and cannot meet the threat of current and future climate impacts. We thank Mayor Suarez and Mr. Alan Dodd, and of course, the staff of the Office of Resilience and Sustainability and the staff of the Department of Public Works and all of the city staff that have been working on resilience issues. We thank them for their leadership on resilience, and we look forward to working with the city in the upcoming year. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Leandro de Armas. I live at 18766 Southwest 78th Court, 33157 Color Bay, Florida. I'm a member of 350 South Florida, and I'm incredibly interested in having this year's budget have a huge focus on and prioritize climate resiliency related work. This includes things such as increasing the staff and budget allocated for the ORS, and enacting policies and plans that don't just adapt to the climate crisis, but mitigate it. It's one thing to be able to put a Band-Aid over things and go on your way. It's a completely different one to have to address the root cause, the source of the climate crisis, and as a result, be able to enact long-standing beneficial change that not only positively impacts current generations, but those to come. I don't think there's any need for us to be comparing ourselves or have any interest in comparing ourselves to the work that's being done in Tampa or Orlando. At the end of the day, we can become a model city, and we're more than capable of becoming a model city on climate action and climate resiliency. And I know with budget increases and climate resiliency related things, we're more than capable of doing so. I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to all of our thoughts on this on the budget hearing. And at the end of the day, I'm very interested in seeing more resources, more funds be allocated to climate resiliency related things. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Espinoza. I reside at 12601 Southwest 188th Street, Miami, Florida, 33177, and I'm here to speak about the Division of Resilience and Sustainability and just how much it's getting in the budget. I'm really concerned because I don't think we're investing in our future. The whole city of Miami and, the rest, Miami-Dade County is going to get affected by sea level rise, and it's going to affect poor communities disproportionately. And it's not fair that these communities have to pay the higher price. We can't move out when hurricanes hit and when other real estate companies want to, make their stake and move people out to build buildings. But I'm urging you now to please think about this as an investment in the future, because it's going to cost more. It's going to be harder to make these decisions when sea levels are rising faster and faster, and we can't keep building seawalls. And at a certain point, we have to have a strategy. And if you invest in this division and then also lowering greenhouse gas emissions and involving the community in the decision-making process, it'll be an easier process
And it's just a time to reimagine, like, where do we want to put our dollars? So please just think about this, and thank you for the work that you guys do, okay? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Gutierrez, and I'm a resident of Miami at 15134 Southwest 161 Street Place. During the pandemic, I started an organization that has been advocating and supporting the South Florida community during COVID-19. In one of our food distributions that we hosted, I met a 63-year-old person that was experiencing homelessness from the month of March to the month of May. This individual is a hardworking person that lost everything due to medical bills after suffering an accident and not understanding how to navigate the complex health and legal system. His only option was to live on the streets until he can afford secure housing again. In 7 days, I was able to organize, advocate, and secure housing for this elderly person. This should not be the responsibility of a sole person, and it is a perfect example of the systematic problem within our local and national government. I ask you to take action and allocate 10% of police budget to affordable and secure housing, debt relief, and homeless rehabilitation. We are asking you to please decrease police funding if you truly believe in public safety. Criminalizing the houseless and capitalizing off human beings is not public safety. Also make sure that the Office of Resiliency is properly funded. Please don't let us down. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Faye Cochran. I live at 615 Harum Avenue in Opelika. However, I work with Curly Casa Style Hope Relief Food Bank. And so I'm here to speak about the funding for the food bank. We thank the mayor and all the commissioners for all your wonderful support. However, we need an additional $150,000 in funding over and above whatever you are considering. This COVID-19 has caused us to have an overwhelming increase in the demand for food, and we have a greater need for more funding because we have to serve up to 30,000 people in a month. This is a high loss of jobs, the loss of income for individuals and families, even the veterans, since we serve countywide. Our community is in great need. So please give us even greater funding so that our seniors, our children and families, our veterans, and everyone in need will have sufficient food to survive through this pandemic. Thank you so much.
This is Jason Manowitz, 1848 Southwest 11 Terrace, Miami, Florida, 33135. Honorable Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, other staff, I'm calling in support of the Downtown Bike Master Plan, which I believe is an outstanding item on your agenda for today. As you know, our city lacks quite a bit of infrastructure in terms of support for cyclists and other mobility programs. It's pretty dangerous to ride a bike pretty much anywhere in the street. I would know this because I'm a former professional bicycle racer. And I used to cycle from my home in Shenandoah all the way down south to Black Point almost every day. Simply become far too dangerous for me to be out there in this environment. Not because of COVID, but simply because people are not paying attention. I'm certainly hoping that you guys are supporting this resolution. I can tell you there are lots of examples of how a master plan and the ability to support cycling improves a city. I urge you to look at the city of Minneapolis, how they've reused old transit lines to surround their city not only with accessible and dedicated bike lanes and walking lanes, but also building businesses around the loops, whether they be restaurants, bars, bike shops, coffee shops. It's a pretty amazing thing. You can find information of it online, I'm sure, pretty easily. And it's certainly a beautiful city to visit in the summer, although I'd stay away in the winter. It's a little cold. So I urge you to support the Downtown Master Plan. Call on me for anything you need. If I can participate in some way on any boards, any information you need about cycling, the dangers of cycling in the streets we currently have, as well as the different kinds of cycling that need to be supported. I've got quite a bit of information on this in personal experience in my 53 years on planet Earth. Anyway, I hope you're all well, safe, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
That is the end of public comment.
If there aren't any other videos or any other public comments, any other person that walked up to City Hall?
No.
No? All right. All right, so that concludes our public comment. I'll close public comment at this time. So let's move on to the rest of the agenda. BH2. BH2 is the DDA proposed millage and tentative budget.
Do you need a motion on the item, Commissioner, Chairman?
I'll move it.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Commissioners, BH2 is just a discussion item.
Yep.
Let me see.
I think the DDA executive director or someone just needs to read a brief statement into the record, and then we can move on.
We're not
Hello,
approving the millage?
Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have to read a general statement into the record, so thank you so much. The proposed general operating millage rate is 0.4681 mils for the Miami DDA for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending in September 30th, 2021. The operating millage rate is 1.78% higher than the state-defined rollback rate of 0.4599 mils.
Okay, is that it?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Do we have to, are we going to adopt the budget now or?
I mean, let me see something. 1 second.
That's BH3.
Well,
Okay,
BH3 is the millage.
Okay, right, so BH3. That's the actual.
BH3, approve.
The motion to approve BH3.
Move it. Second.
So probably moved and seconded that we approve BH3. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against?
Let's move, I move BH4.
Motion carries.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. The motion on BH5.
Move it. Move.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve BH6?
Move it. Second.
Properly moved and seconded. All, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Chair will entertain the motion to approve BH7.
Move it.
Seconded by the
Second.
chair. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve BH8?
Move it.
Seconded by the chair. Any discussion? Hearing none.
For the reasons that I had previously stated, Commissioner Diaz-Portilla is new as chairman of this board. I don't believe that he has been given all the appropriate information. I don't believe that this year's budget nor past year's budgets have been balanced budgets. So for those reasons, I will be voting no.
Well, if that's the case, and there's some questions that are very serious questions, I'm going to retire my.
Look, this has got to do with the people that are hired there, the executive director and others. They know
the
commitments that were made. There have been games going on, so they purposely won't have to abide for those commitments. And you just can't hide those monies the way that they're hiding. That's not what the state of Florida requires when you have to present a balanced budget.
I was not aware of that. That's why I move it. We're talking to. Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with you. If there's any question about any of these budgets, we have to.
Well, this is going back for several years.
Wait. We can have a whole bunch of questions about a whole bunch of these budgets, and I can move to reconsider the Downtown Development Authority budget because I had a whole bunch of questions. If we want to go back, if we want to go down that road, we can do that and go from the beginning. If you want to have a debate in detail about what the dollars that have been committed by the Omni CRA to different entities, we can have that conversation. But to make an allegation about something, first of all, I'm the chairman of the Omni CRA. I'm fully aware whether the staff, or you agree with the staff or don't agree with the staff. I'm fully aware of everything that's in that budget. I do my homework, and I'm very thorough in what I do. Commissioner, excuse me, do you approve and you agree with the budget? I agree with the budget as the state. But it's important to explain. The details matter in these kind of conversations. So you work on it, and that's why it says. We can work on the details, of course, including a commitment that I have made publicly twice to the Bayfront Trust that I would commit to the $2 million that Commissioner Carver is talking about. There is no problem with that because I made that public statement. That's my commitment, and my word is my bond.
Commissioner, I know that you will keep your commitment, but here's the problem. It's more than $2 million. It's $2 million per year, and there are quite a few millions in arrears that they haven't paid. I don't think they've told you about all that or explained it to you.
I am fully aware of. I also know that when we did the extension to the Omni CRA, those obligations were changed, and that's not the debate I want to have today. I was in fact going to have a CRA meeting, an Omni CRA meeting that I wanted to have to be able to go through the details of this entire not a problem issue that we need to discuss. But there are always concerns. In fact, I can have some concerns about the Bayfront Trust too, and I have concerns about the Downtown Development Authority and about the Park West Omni, Park West.
This is not about you. This is about what's happening there. And I've stated this when I voted against this budget the last fiscal year when you weren't here. I'm saying it again. And the same thing keeps happening. So I'm not going to be part of something that is being done that I believe is in violation of the state requirements of balanced budgets. And that's all that I'm saying. Now, if people don't like it, I'm sorry. But, I've been saying this for some time. I took on the vice chairmanship of this, not because I wanted it. In fact, if you guys could find a way where I don't have to be vice chairman.
No, I was the one that asked you. I was the one that asked you.
Even more so, find a way that I don't have to be a member of the Omni board. I will, in the other CRA board, I will gladly not be part of it. So I'm laying it straight out. What I am fed up with are bureaucrats that don't do nothing but just get a paycheck, and they don't care which commissioner comes in or at the door. All they care is about getting their paycheck and sitting in their plums all day, keep giving me the same story. And the budget director, because it's convenient for him, he just goes along with it. State law on a balanced budget, I don't believe has been followed in the last several years, nor has it been followed in the budget this year. And that's my opinion. I don't want to vote for something that I might be in a position that I personally will file a complaint with the state in all the prior years for a budget not being balanced.
Okay, Commissioner. But as chairman of the Omni CRA, I guarantee you that we're doing the things the way that I think they need to be done. That there are some changes that we're going to make, and that's my personal guarantee. And as chairman of the Omni CRA,
I believe in your word that you're going to try to do everything that you can. But if by now they haven't found within the budget where they're going to make the Bayfront Park Trust whole for I don't know what it is now, 7-8 million that might be owed, and 2 million more per year, it's never going to happen. Each year is going to be the same thing. And look, I'm only going to be here for a few more years. It's going to be someone else that comes. But if the Omni CRA doesn't want to pay it, then it should go about it the right way, meet with the county, the city, and dissolve it in the right way. But not in this fashion. The rule of law has to be followed as the state demands it. And just because the budget director wants to go along and say, no, this is all fine the way we did it, and an executive director that wants to make a political decision doesn't mean that it's correct. Where in that budget does it say that the monies are going to come for? And again, we're not talking just about $2 million, Commissioner. It's a lot more than that. And all that I'm saying that is, if you don't want to pay it, in fact, look.
Commissioner,
Bayfront Park Trust. I'd gladly leave the chairmanship of the Bayfront Park Trust. All that this is doing is costing me more work.
Commissioner,
I'm trying to find additional dollars for the city of Miami.
First of all, me too. That's exactly why I cut $19 million in the last CRA meeting that we had of monies that we should not be paying to Miami-Dade County. And that's exactly why I don't think that we should have made commitments that we made before I was chairman of this board to the Port Tunnel, to the Adrian R. Center, and the list goes on and on. The 35% give back to the county. Really bad deal. I'm not criticizing any previous. I don't think it was even you, Commissioner Russell. I think it was a previous commissioner in your district that cut some of these bad deals. So I'm not even talking about you. It's just that these deals were all done before I got there. I'm trying to fix something. Got here. And I'm trying to fix something that I think that was done before my time here at the city of Miami. But today, as chairman of the Omni CRA, I recommend that we pass this budget and that deference be given to me as I've always do to you, to Chairman Reyes and the Downtown Development Authority, to Chairman Russell, to Chairman Hardiman and the respective CRAs. And that's what I ask for you to do now.
Mr. Chair, I'm
You're recognized.
Yes, I am determined to Commissioner Diaz-Padilla, and I know that he means well, and I trust him that he is going to do everything that is possible. I recommend that the two colleagues they get together and try to solve this problem, and I try to find a solution that to this argument, because before you came here, I remember the two previous budgets that I have been part of it, that same question arose before. And I think that it's about time that we get together and I recognize if it is a debt or there's not a debt, the amount, whatever it is. And but we should pass this budget because it is recommended by the chairman of and he has a commitment to work towards the resolution of this problem that exists between the Omni CRA and Bayfront Park. And therefore, I move it.
I'll second it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Reyes DLP.
All right, so there's a motion and a second, correct?
For
Yes, sir.
the record, this was left, and Commissioner Diaz-Libertias left by the previous chairman.
Yes.
He knew what was going on. Back then, we had a colonel as the manager, and everybody was playing the game.
Was he a colonel? Was he a colonel?
Well,
I thought he was like
you're going to make me say something that's not politically correct with a C before the colonel. So you were left with something that your staff that you inherited knew about, and that's the first thing they should have informed you about, the real money that was owed. Now, I'm not as worried about now, I'm worried about previous years, because I fully intend to take some action on all these previous years. I have an executive director, I'm the vice chairman. Has he bothered to sit with me and explain all that with me after, as Commissioner Reyes stated, the last 2 years I've taken this position and I voted against the budget for the reasons that I've stated then that I'm stating now. No. So I don't want to be part of something that I'm vice chairman of.
And I'm going to speak to Mr. Walker and make sure that happens, Commissioner. Because he needs to sit down with you and talk to you and to every commissioner about what he's doing and what his thinking is and what past commitments before I was chair. So every commissioner has the right to be respected by every staffer in this government. And if that hasn't happened, the first phone call I'll make tomorrow morning is to Mr. Walker to make sure that he calls you and he sets up a meeting, or calls your chief of staff and sets up a meeting with you and make sure that you have that conversation with him, because that's the right thing to do with any commissioner.
I really don't have the time at this point in time after the fact.
That's a different conversation.
to hear from Mr. Walker. You know, I am sorry, but I cannot vote for someone, or for something rather, that I am against and feel that is in total violation of the state requirements that there has to be a balanced budget. Because an organization like this, if it owes money and there's no physical way that it could show that it could pay it, it doesn't have a balanced budget. We're supposed to be able every year to pay all our debts. We're not the federal government that has a printing press. This is why the state requires of all of us to have a balanced budget. If the city of Miami would have a couple of $1 million and it would be in arrears, maybe 7 or 8 more million, that by contract we had to pay, and we don't pay it, we would not have a balanced budget if we just ignore it. And this is what's been happening for several years now. And I am not going to just go along with it and, you know, pretend that it's not happening. So once your director can figure out where those dollars are coming from, then he could give me a call. But he didn't see that fit before. He's not going to see that fit in the future, nor will he see it once he's no longer there.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's over 200 CRAs in the state of Florida, and there's been enough shenanigans around the state that there is such a spotlight on these organizations. Each of us has come into our positions with a skeptical eye on CRAs. I remember when Commissioner Reyes came in and he asked for audits on all the CRAs. Mr. Guba has been conducting an audit of the Omni CRA and the others. And I don't believe it's been released yet, but I think that will shed light on this situation. If there is an accounting error that is not balancing the books, that will be shown by this independent audit, and we can fix that. But I think we really we've all worked very hard to make sure that our CRAs are a correct example of the mission of the statute, and that, you know, that we are carrying out that mission in an appropriate way. So I just ask that we wait for the results of that audit and that we take action. If there is any accounting mistakes, we fix it. But if there's not, we should stand together and really be proud of our CRAs and the accomplishments that they're doing. So I support this budget and I appreciate everything that's in it.
Commissioner, there's no accounting mistakes here. What has happened here is when you were chairman, you decided that you were not going to give those $2 million, and you let it accumulate and accumulate. And we had this conversation publicly. You left. The budget director came, and, you know, he gave a whopper of a story. We all know what went on there before. Unfortunately, now it's falling in the lap of Commissioner Diaz-Portillo. But he's not to blame for this, nor am I pointing the finger at him. I'm pointing the finger at you. You're the one that started this. It's your guys that are running the show there. And you think that you're going to get different people in a fight with each other so that it comes out to your benefit. And what I'm telling you is that I'm not voting for this because I fully intend to file a complaint with the state of Florida on the previous years that you were there as chairman, that we did not have a balanced budget. And let the state decide if there was a mistake like you're claiming, because there's no mistake. Everyone knew it and the minutes are clear what was going on. And let the state decide if the CRA had a balanced budget or not. And let's be specific. We're not talking about all CRAs. We're talking about the Omni CRA that you were the chair.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair.
You're recognized.
So the balance you're talking about is the money that would have been owed to now Maurice Ferre Park for work that was never done by the city in Maurice Ferre Park, right? Supposed to be
Tell the state that, okay? Tell the state that the agreement between the county, the city, and the CRA said you had
I would like to retort, and for the record, because I do not believe there's an accounting mistake. There was a bill not paid for years before I got there because it was never spent, and there was a disagreement at that time between the CRA and the city whether or not that bill was due. The CRA contended that because the city had never spent the money, that the CRA did not owe it to the city. And so with your predecessor, I came to a handshake agreement to settle on the $2 million issue. And with you, I came to an agreement to settle on the $2 million issue.
That's not what my predecessor told me, that he came in any agreement with you.
So that will be honored 100%. And when we voted to extend the Omni CRA's life, that was again concretized. That was memorialized in that moment. And you and I looked at each other and we made that agreement. So I'm not quite sure where we have a disagreement at this point. That money is coming to Maurice Ferre Park. The extension of the CRA is absolutely happening. And to my knowledge, all of the accounting is square. So if you want to file a complaint, that's fine, but I don't think it's anything personal about me. This is about a bill that came long before I was there. We don't believe it was owed, but we came to a settlement to pay $2 million to Maurice Ferre Park and the Bayfront Park Trust to manage that. And every intention to honor that. And I know Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla does as well. So, I mean, I see where you're coming from, that you don't think it's balanced. I would leave it to the auditor to say whether it is or not.
No, I'm going to leave it to the state of Florida.
Your vote either way.
And this, you see, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, why I cannot vote for this. When you look at the contracts that were made when none of us were around, between the county, the city, and the CRA, he talked about giving $2 million a year. None of the talk or the fancy talk that this guy's giving now. How in the world can the Bayfront Park Trust spend any monies there when he don't have them to spend them? So what he's trying to say is, we got to spend the money first and then get reimbursed. That's not what the global agreement ever said between the city, the county, and the CRA. Then he tried, when he had Colonel Gonzalez, to say that the money had to come right to the city, that the city had to control it and decide. And then even this time around, unbeknownst to all of you, maybe he knew about it, I don't know, but the rest of us didn't know, they even took $300,000 from that money so they could spend it on something else. Because one of the fat cats called the colonel up and told him he wanted the money. And we didn't find about that until just a few days ago. So this is why I will not vote for this. And this is why I'm going to take the actions that I'm going to take.
All right. Seeing no further discussion on the matter, all in favor of the item say yes.
Just for the record, the item will be amended in accordance with the memo dated August 31st, 2020 from the Executive Director, Jason Walker.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Motion carries. BH9, Jesse Retirement Trust Fund. Is there a motion?
So moved. So moved.
Second.
We'll probably move to second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
That was an aye, Todd.
BH10, Is there a motion?
So moved.
Properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. BH 11, is there a motion?
Move.
Second.
Probably moved and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. BH 12, is there a motion?
Move it.
Probably
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. BH 13, is there a motion?
Move.
Moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. BH 14,
Move.
probably moved
Second.
and seconded. Any discussion?
Can we talk about the Bayfront Park Management Trust budget, or can we do that some
Sure.
other day?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, if you'd like to make the motion, I will be happy to resign and you can make Commissioner Russell the chairman.
No. Let's not
Take
get
some more
carried
work
away.
off my hands.
Let's not get carried away, Commissioner.
No. So he could blow more of your money and the city will get less.
But if we go, and we're gonna do a line item on things, we go line item on everything, because that's what we do before. But we can have a conversation about things down the line.
I know, I know, through the chair, I know that you are going to get together and you're going to have a serious conversation about this, and you're going to resolve this problem.
There's gonna be a serious conversation, because to me, the most important thing is that every commissioner is happy with their respective positions on this commission and their boards and their
Absolutely.
And to me, that's important. And if there's discrepancies and disagreements, then we sit down and we talk about them and we work them out. Unfortunately, we have, which we didn't have in Tallahassee because we crafted it that way. We have a sunshine law here, so we can't sit down and talk and have these conversations before these public meetings. But these commitments that were made, will be met, and consensus will be found. Because that's what we need to do here. And look, we all need to work together to make Miami forward. We're all in a major crisis right now, and we need to do everything we can to help our city move forward. And my commitment to you, Commissioner Carollo, and Commissioner Reyes, and Commissioner Russell, and Chairman Alderman, is to do everything I can to make things work for this city. That's my commitment. That's why I'm here. That's why I ran for this position. I'm not about anything else other than that. So we'll make it work. And if there's a commitment that was made to the Bayfront Park Trust Management Fund that was not met for whatever reason, what happened, and what happened before happened before. We're in a new world and a new situation now, and in a better world, I think, than we were before. And we just have to make things work. And if that commitment was made, that commitment will be met. How we do it, that's what the conversations are going to be about. But we're going to get.
Commissioner, this is not about a commitment. It's about a contract that was entered before you, I, nor anybody that's sitting here today was ever here.
But it could have been a bad contract. Like we have a whole bunch of bad contracts.
Then the way that you need to undo it is for everybody that was a signatory to that contract has to come to an agreement.
Right.
Not the way that Commissioner Russell wants to do it.
I agree.
Simple as that. You have to follow the rule of law. And by the way, just, since you brought it up, the Bayfront Park Trust has a budget of under $2 million. Omni CRA is over 80. The other CRA, Hardeman's, is over.
But not an administrative fees.
Reyes is 12 million. I don't know how many millions Mr. Russell has in those boards that didn't mean anything, that he was so upset that he didn't get the others. He has more in those, other boards that he's in the Grove and Midtown than even the budget that Bayfront Park Trust has. So you're all welcome to it in the headaches with it.
Have we got it to the Midtown CRA yet? Because that's coming up now. Oh, we already passed that one. Okay.
You already passed that.
That's BH6. I'm looking at it. Yeah, because I'm not sure what they do. That's different, Commissioner Russell. we can talk about the next commission meeting. But,
Oh my God,
that's an
it's-
important conversation to have too.
You know,
Because Midtown is doing pretty
as
well.
well,
There's not a lot of blight and slumber going on over there. So,
absolutely not.
not focus on some of the other areas.
I mean, through the chair.
And by the way, the amount of levity, Commissioner Russell, every once in a while you have to be able to laugh because part of this process is having some levity. And,
Yes.
and so along the way, we'll have serious conversation, but there'll be a little bit of levity too. Okay? Is that good for you too?
Yes.
I'm good.
Okay.
Comes January, there'll be levity for a lot of people.
Really smile, don't force it. Make it spontaneous.
Reyes?
So let's go ahead and I move the question on the Bayfront part.
Right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
Roy Reyes, right?
Is there a motion to approve BH 15?
Discussion.
Okay.
It talks about $1 million from Ultra that's not gonna be coming.
Reyes is, I don't have a second.
I want to clarify this now, so we're not told later on that because Ultra didn't pay, the city's on the line for that million.
But a question, Mr. Chair, is the $1 million from Ultra included in the budget as revenues? Because that was a one-shot deal. If I remember correctly, he said when it was scheduled to change venue to Virginia Beach, there was it was an agreement that 1 million of the 2 million will go to the museum as a contribution to the museum, not as that million was not a recurrent revenue that will go to the Virginia Key, to the Virginia Beach Trust Fund, and it was not. It was not. It was a one-shot deal. That was I voted in favor of that, and that, according to my recollection, it was a one-shot deal. If they are including the $1 million in the budget at this time, that is not right.
Mr. Fortune is actually on the call, so we can.
I am on the call. Good evening, commissioners.
Good
evening. If you do recollect, there was 1 million.
For the record, please.
Yes, indeed. Guy Fortune, Executive Director, Virginia Key Beach Park Trust, 4020 Virginia Beach Drive, Miami, Florida, 33149. Our budget does reflect a second $1 million from Ultra, which during an earlier commission meeting, a second $1 million was allotted to the historic Virginia Key Beach Park. If there was an Ultra that took place
at the beginning
2020 March, that did not occur, but it was understood that in the following year, the trust would receive a second $1 million. And we asked these questions also as to whether or not we should include it in our budget. We were told yes to include it, because that was an item that was voted on, a second $1 million from Ultra. It is not part of our actual operational budget, but we are set to receive it if there is a Ultra Music Festival in 2021.
If that means, excuse me, sir, through the chair, that means that whatever the $1 million is going to go to the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust.
It is not
my recollection was. It is not mine. My recollection is that, and I mean, maybe we can postpone this voting and until we clarify this. And I think that I specifically, I clarified that it was a one-shot deal.
Well, I'm sure that Chairman Hardiman can speak to it also, because we do appreciate the support that you gave us there on that second $1 million. It was not designed to reoccur every year. And that was not my understanding. But what is my understanding is that there was a second $1 million from the Ultra Music Festival. We just did not have one in 2020. Hopefully we will see a way that 2021 would have one, and we are prepared for that $1 million really to be set aside for endowment or museum only.
Well, I'm proposing that we go back and it's nothing that I don't have anything against contributing to Virginia Key Park Trust, but that money that we get from Ultra, that should be spread all over the city, because there's need all over the city, and roads and sidewalks, a lot of things that we need. And also our general fund is taking a great hit of $23 million.
Understood, Commissioner, and all commissioners.
And I want to make it clear. I don't think that it was made a recurrent contribution from Ultra. It was a contribution at the time that the event took place at Virginia Key.
No, that was
when the venue was changed.
That was the original agreement of $1 million for when the event actually took place.
Yes, right.
And there was a second $1 million to reoccur. I don't want to speculate on what was envisioned in years following that. And
I don't recall that.
I don't know if Commissioner Carollo, if you'd like to speak to that some. We'd appreciate your assistance also.
I would like to see the minutes in that booth.
Right. I think the best way that we do that, we just refer.
That's right. I mean, let's go back. If that's the case, I agree with you 100%, and we did it. But maybe because of my age, my mind is going a little bit. But I don't recollect that it was a vote for additional $1 million would take.
Yeah, I remember there's a discussion about the second $1 million. That was
a caution, but not a.
No. I mean, like, there was an action. There was some action. So we just have to refer back to it.
If I may ask, did you ever get the $1 million from when Ultra held the concert at Virginia Key?
Yes, we did.
You did get it?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so that $1 million you have in the bank, that's not in question. It's only the additional $1 million for this coming year's budget, correct? This fiscal year budget. Correct. Right? And that's what I was talking about. I think maybe it all got mixed up. If you would have, I think, clarified for Commissioner Reyes that the other $1 million, it's in the bank already. You have it. And that's when it was held the previous year. It would have been clear. The problem that I have is this, that Ultra's not happening this next fiscal year. No way this is going to happen. City, first of all, it's not going to have Ultra to give you $1 million. Second of all, even if we had some form of money, I don't know what kind of shape we're going to be in to be able to give it. So my point being is that I feel very uncomfortable with what could be interpreted that we're going to commit to $1 million or could be requested that, well, Ultra didn't happen, so city make us whole for that $1 million. Or clarify this here, that you will only get the $1 million if Ultra does happen within that fiscal year.
And Commissioner, let's just do that. Because remember, it's a proposed budget. It is under Ultra Reserve. It is not dollars that the city of Miami has to pay. And so if $1 million is not, you adjust that line item because it's just a proposed budget. And so we can keep that in mind and continue to move forward.
That's fine. Can anybody answer us? Because Commissioner Reyes asked a question, it was never answered from the administration. If that $1 million was included in next fiscal year's budget, or the Ultra money was?
Good evening, Commissioners. Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. No, we do not have it in next year's budget. We would have to amend the budget if Ultra were to occur, and we would address it at that time.
Okay, well, that's the appropriate way to have done it, because we knew Ultra was not coming. So, I'm glad that at least that was not put into our budget, the city's budget. So with the caveat that I mentioned, Chairman,
Yes.
I have no problem voting for this.
Absolutely, because this is not, the thing about our budget versus their budget, and their meaning the trust, is that in our budget we plan on spending money. The trust is basically holding that money for once that development comes, they can staff it and move forward. So they're not going to be spending $1 million in the next year.
Understood.
So, okay,
That's understood.
so there was a motion, there was a second on.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. BH 16.
Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion on BH 16?
Move.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded in discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Can Commissioner Russell give us like a line by line item?
Well, this is 2.5 times the budget of Bayfront Park.
I know. Well, you know what? Okay. I'll third it. If we get third the motion, I'll third the motion. Let's go ahead and vote.
And he went crying to those nice boys, Elisar and Juan something, that
I call the question.
that guys here didn't give him anything.
And I'll second it.
Get him.
Can you second a calling of the question? I don't know.
I think I can do it.
Get him.
Call Robert's rules and see what they tell us. I don't know.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries.
I'm sorry, we already voted on BH 16. That passed unanimous. We're on BH 17 now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. I just read it incorrectly. So to correct the record, that motion was for BH 17.
Who is the mover and seconder?
The motion was moved by
Commissioner Carollo.
I made the motion
move
to approve it.
you made a motion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carollo was.
I'm benevolent.
That's right.
And you can have the chair as a seconder.
Well,
To be clear.
to be clear, who's on first and who's on second? Where are we at?
Exactly. The motion,
Where we at now? Because I thought that we had voted on Bayfront Park and Virginia Key was the discussion of Ultra and the $1 million. Now, when we move to
BH 16, I thought we just did BH 16. That there was
which is Coconut Grove, and then we did that. Now we're doing Wynwood.
the Wynwood bid.
Now we are in Wynwood.
All right, is there a motion to approve BH 17?
Yes,
So
Mr.
moved.
Correa moved it and seconded by the chair.
Okay.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. BH 18.
Move it.
So, good
Where's
evening,
that?
commissioners.
Wait a minute, we have two. Oh, here it is.
About the chair.
BH 18? Solid waste. No, BH 18. Okay. Solid waste.
BH 18.
Okay.
Any discussion on BH 18?
Yes, just quickly.
You recognize, sir.
You know, we're charging under $400 a year per household solid waste fee. My understanding, it actually costs us about $700 a year. And our new reinstallation of the recycling, which used to be a revenue source for us, is now a $1 million hole because of the economies of recycling. So we're really going to need to look at solid waste, both practices and fees in the future. I, of course, support it as it is right now. I don't think we can burden our residents with this any further, but we need to recognize that this is a big loss leader for the city right now.
That's nothing new, Commissioner. It's been happening every year, but it's not as high as $700.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Sorry, it was moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by,
I'll second it.
And perhaps Commissioner Russell, we look maybe next year at privatizing it. So it's something for you to think about.
Well, on that one, guys, as much as I'd like the public in private sector to come rather on certain things that maybe the public sector doesn't do as well. That one I would be very hesitant to.
Exactly. I'm glad to hear you say that, Commissioner Cordova.
I would, and I'm going to tell you why, so that we understand that. We could go out and we could get companies that will tell us they would do it cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Once we sell our trucks and all our equipment and everything, and prices start going up and service start not being the way they're supposed to, then we're dead in the water, because for us to get back into the game and do it ourselves, it's going to cost us so much more. And we're going to be at the mercy of whatever company that we gave it to. So I would not be in favor of that. There are other ways that we could help with the budget. This is why, to me, is asinine that we're cutting back on code personnel for the solid waste department when that's part of our problem. The reason that our costs are going so much higher is because we're letting anybody dump whatever in our streets, and we're not taking action.
Thank you. I have that problem in my through the chair. I have that problem in my district, and I have to admit I patrol my district. I am reporting every time that I see a illegal dumping. As a matter of fact, I've been requesting cameras, but I think that what they are telling me is that the police department is the one that is managing them. They are the ones that are managing those cameras, and we are not getting any reactions or any actions. I think that we should. I mean, the solid waste should be the ones that should be looking at those cameras and try to find those people that come and illegal dump in our districts.
One of the things that I also just want to put on the record is that the solid waste department gives many of the people who work for the solid waste department real chances at having good jobs in the city of Miami. And so a lot of those employees are second chance individuals, not all, but a lot of them second chance individuals. They're the backbone of what makes the city move forward. And if you don't pick up garbage, you just skip one day, and imagine all the calls that you get, right? So imagine 2 days of pickup, and we have a real serious problem. And so I think back to the names of some former commissioners in the city of Miami that were, especially women, where they called for the homeowners to bring their garbage and dump it in front of City Hall, right, in protest. And so, I just want everyone to understand how important it is, not only for the city of Miami that we continue to provide this service at a reasonable rate, but to the employees who work for the city of Miami, and really give us the best of them, not only during the times where things are easy, but during the times when things are hard.
Yeah.
The first there during storms, the first there they're working during COVID. I mean, they are the backbone of this community. So I just want to keep that in everyone's mind. And so, but obviously, the senator, he brought that up in discussions sake and didn't mean for this to continue to talk about it as far as we have. And so I know that he's a man that believes in the people, and obviously the fee has been the same for a long time, and we may at some point need to address that fee. Certainly, there's some other issues that are going on that exacerbate the issues in our communities, such as short-term vacation rentals and the amount of garbage that they create, and we have some lost revenue there, especially for those where their short-term vacation rentals are actually legal. There are many that are illegal. And I'm sure there's some lost revenue there as far as fees as well. So it was just a holistic issue that needs to be had regarding the fees. But of course, we love our department for all the work that it gives us, and we're going to continue to support it.
Yes, me too. Me too. Okay.
There was
I just want to say something because it was asked directly. I'm definitely not in favor of privatizing solid waste. I really love this department and the people that work there. and especially after being through a couple of hurricanes with them, I recognize them as sort of unsung heroes of the city. They work so hard. And it's a great group. And what we're faced with today on this whole budget and starting to try to divide this pie and look inward at our own employees and the net offices, et cetera, this is not, the true fight isn't amongst ourselves and within our departments. We are getting screwed by the county, screwed by the state, and screwed by the federal government on the aid that we need to stabilize this municipality. It is absolutely unfair that a city of Atlanta, simply because they had a few thousand more people than us, that they get $80 million directly from the federal government. They're not cutting right now. They're taking care of what they needed to do. Our city was the front line on this virus. We've done what we needed to do to bring the transmission rates down. That has affected our bottom line. That has affected our economy. And no one is there to help stabilize us. So I would work with any one of you on advocating with our local, state, and federal legislators to work this, because I know the Senate is back in session. Several of you have much more experience than I in dealing with them. And I think we need to come together with our mayor and really bring this message forward, because we're at a point where we're going to start having to make cuts that hurt people and families and our city and our services. And it doesn't have to be that way. The money is there at the federal level. It's simply tied up.
That's exactly what Mayor Jimenez wanted to see. Because once he loses the congressional seat, he wants to come back here and run. And he wants to claim that, they got to elect him. Because look at the mess these guys have made of the city. This was done on purpose.
Listen, I know, to the chair, I agree that it is not fair, because we don't have 500,000 people living in the city, and our census, that 10-year census, household short by about 30,000. But that's the rule of the game. What we have to do is try to get as much as we can and try to influence our elected officials at the federal and state level, and also stress the importance of our residents to feel the census. See, and we have to be, and I know that all of us, we have been on the radio and we have been talking to different groups, because it is important, it is extremely important that everybody that is in the city of Miami is counted. So we've reached that threshold.
That amount.
And then when we reach that threshold, we won't be in this predicament again.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Carollo, may I ask you a question? Have you seen any polls that he may be losing that race, you think, or haven't looked at the polls?
Well, look, maybe I wasn't.
I've heard rumors about it, but I haven't seen any polls.
Maybe I wasn't politically correct.
No
one ever accused me of trying to be politically correct. But I do have to say this, because I see now that Francis Little Boy Mayor, the little boy that runs that attacks our mayor, attacks you, attacks me, attacks many in our government.
That fake Twitter account you're talking about.
He's going to come at me, and I just want you to know who he is. It's Carlito Little Boy Tarru that's doing this. When he attacks me, I want him to understand, Carlito Little Boy Tarru, that the gloves are off and to look up, because the missiles have been sent and they're going to land at his head real soon with no mercy. And he doesn't know what fight they picked. They picked it with the wrong guy. Him and all those little characters that are getting this. I hope it's not from the CARE. But I do hear that there were people bringing, the first few weeks and more of the COVID pandemic, there were people bringing in a lot of masks and other equipment, gowns, etc. At the airport. There was a company that was registered here in Florida. There was a Delaware corporation. It's going to be really interesting. Once the dots are crossed. Might be quite embarrassing.
There was a motion and a second on BH 18, correct? All right, I want to make sure that it's recorded for the record. Is there, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Against? That motion carries. Gentlemen, we're moving into BH 19, 20, and 21. Before we get there, and, you know, obviously we are a board, we can make decisions as we see fit, right? Today and in our next budget hearing. For those of us, we do know that when it comes to our budget, the second budget hearing is the end all be all when it comes to any amendments that we want to make to the budget. And so I'm just saying that to say that if you would like to reserve much of our, you know, our amendments to that meeting, obviously it would have an effect on how this meeting moves forward. If we get into making amendments up front today, we can make those amendments. But you know, again, we're going to be making amendments at the next one as well. So I don't know anyone's position on it, but I'm just kind of saying it and putting it in the wind. As chairman, I'll do whatever it is that you guys ask me to do, or whatever motion that's made and seconded, I'll entertain. But I just kind of want to put that in the wind before we get there.
Hey, Chairman?
Yes.
Can you see the books that I have here?
I see it. I see them.
You know what these are?
Yeah, they're budget books.
Yeah, I got them today. And I should have to be going after our own staff to make sure I get them. So I want to show you that and tell you when I got it so that you all could understand them, why I'm going to take certain positions. But before we go any further, there's at least $1.5 million that I don't see in the budget. And we're going to have another unbalanced budget if we don't put that in. And I'm talking about $1.5 million in recall. Not for me, I got no problem. It's for 3 of you that comes November. There are different people going to come recalling. So it costs about $480,000 per head for each person. So you should put about $1.5 million. And again, it's not for me because I'm not going to have any problems at all. But this is the kind of games that are going on. This is the kind of potential dollars that people are threatening that we're going to have to spend.
But I think that Mr. Winker, I think the IRS is looking for Mr. Winker. So I think Mr. Winker will be gone from the picture. So we won't have that problem anymore. So, you know, and we can go down the list of characters, right, that are involved in disrupting the good work the city of Miami is doing, just to disrupt and create problems and wreak havoc when we have serious issues to deal with, and serious people need to deal with serious issues, as we're doing. And let's do that. And I think Commissioner Chairman Hardiman, we have BH 18, 19, 20, and 21. And I don't know if we want to have amendments or not now. I do think that we're going to have a clear conversation. It's kind of the elephant in the room, right? About the net offices, that we need to close them down and kind of create a new structure. I think that conversation needs to be had today instead of just putting it off to another day, and see how we save $3 million for the city of Miami and we bring government closer to the people. And I think it's a good conversation to have. Now, whenever we get to that item, I know we want to do it at BH 21 or BH 20. I mean, BH 21, I think is when we're going to do it, right? We do the whole budget.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah. So,
for some
I mean,
reason,
I think that's a good conversation to have. I mean, I think we keep our, you know, we address that issue. I think it's a big issue for us. I think
that's certainly a big issue, an overarching issue that we can talk about, because what it does is it gives the budget director some direction, at least for the next meeting. I kind of was more so speaking into getting into the weeds of much more things, but what you're saying is a big topic that has a budgetary effect, and not necessarily getting into the weeds for each item. That's all that I was saying.
Okay.
I have a 1 second. Okay, I thought I had a hand that was raised, but I do not have a hand that's raised anymore. Okay, so let's move on now to BH 19. This is the 2021 multi-year capital plan. Is there a motion or any discussion on that?
I'll make the motion. I want to ask, maybe our city manager can tell us like some of the key points here that we need to be aware of.
Chris can go through the details. Chris, if you want.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. The capital plan before you is a 6-year capital plan. It has, and I'm trying to get to the page.
Is that in this book, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Here?
In
Okay,
fact,
the one we get today. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. In fact, on page 34 of that book are the new appropriations that are proposed in this capital budget. That's the last page of the new appropriations. They go about 3 pages back, and you can see a summary of what the funding sources are. And if you go through the pages right before it, you'll see each individual project that is being proposed new. You'll see that we have our impact fees, our stormwater fees, our local option gas tax, marina revenues, and a contribution from the general fund, various other sources that are going into capital projects. And it is in fact as small as we could get it this year with the funds that were available. We really did try to keep it at a minimum right now. So I present it before you for your consideration, and I can answer any questions you may have.
What, if I may real quickly, what proposed capital improvements in the budget do you have there for District 3?
Yes, sir. So if we go to page 31, there's a column. It's about the 3rd column, maybe the 4th column there that says district. And you can see that there is Domino Park, concrete floor repair and FF&E replacement, Jose Marti Park flood mitigation, Henderson Park new lighting, which was brought up by one of the callers earlier tonight, a new park at 3699 or 3701 Southwest 1st Avenue, and Spring Garden Point Park historic building. I can go continuing on the next few pages. On page 33, there is a project which is in District 3, repairs at Marlin's parking garage. And that concludes the new projects in District 3, sir.
Okay, what's the total amount, Chris?
My apologies. I have my staff totaling it up right now.
Usually in budgets like this, you would find a total in each district, which is like a department. So that's why I'm asking that.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see how much money is being spent in each district.
The total in your district is 5.595 million.
Okay, let me write this down. Again, I only got this this afternoon, so bear with me. What is the amount again, Mr. Manager? 5 point.
Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but I added up 5.595.
This is for District 3.
Correct.
How about for the rest of the districts? See District 2, what he's got. I'm just curious.
We are totaling all of them up. Give my folks just a moment, please. I apologize.
District 2, I'm sure won't have much. It's a rich district that, pretty up to date and everything. They got the best of everything. It's the poor district like 3 that usually should have a little more. Madam City Attorney, what is the definition of an ambulance chaser in Black's Book of Law. Would you have it there, by any chance? I'm curious about something.
I can look it up for you.
Okay, if you could get it to me, please.
I don't know if that's in Black's Law Dictionary.
So what? It's not good, huh? We put the light on, we put the light off. I don't know what to do anymore. Is it better darker or is it better lighter? But still better than Vicky, by the way. Vicky's been in the same closet for the past 7 months.
Commissioners, if you'll bear with us, I've got several folks that are totaling each up right now.
Yeah,
That was in a line item, Chris.
Chris, I need you to also break out the citywide number too when you present it.
Well,
yes, sir.
I don't know what you guys want to say, citywide, whatever. I would imagine maybe that the Marlins parking is what you consider citywide. But what I want is whatever amount of dollars are going into each district in capital improvement projects, and then we could try to break it up in different ways. See, Ray is there's got a grin. I don't know if he's knows that he did real good or real bad.
No, I only have 2 projects, 2 parks. I mean,
he's got about $2.8 million from Shenandoah, which is pretty good.
That's right. That's right.
I found that one, Commissioner. I found it was good. Good deal for your people. I agree with that. It's a good thing.
Yeah. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all the help that you have given me. And before you got here, Commissioner Carollo, he was very, very, very helpful. Yeah, and assisting me and obtaining those. And also, the chair also was very good.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm glad that some people have a good memory.
Oh, yes. That's the only thing that I have in my favor.
Well, you got me worried, Chris. That much money that all these other guys are getting? Mine, you all were able to do it real quick. On the UM game tonight?
Not if you keep asking all these questions. I'm just playing.
You won by at least 3 touchdowns.
At what time the game starts?
8.
Oh, 8?
Yeah.
We'll be there, but probably the 4th quarter.
There we go. There we go.
Took care of the lighting problem.
Yeah. Got anything yet, Chris?
We've got it, sir. So I'm going to read them off to you, starting with District 1 and ending with citywide. District 1 is $1.1 million. District 2.
1.1.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
District 2 is $5.074 million.
District 2 is how much?
5.074. District 3, we have verified, is 5.595. million. District 4 is $1.2 million.
That's Cenicienta, you know.
District 5 is $900,000. And citywide is $14.9 million.
14.9.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
The
break down so that you could amuse me, Chris. The 14.9 million, almost 15 million that you claim are citywide, how much of those fall into each of our districts? Because I want to see if your interpretation of what citywide is going to be mine.
Before and also I think on the record you stated that Spring Garden Park, like the improvement of Spring Garden Park, was a part of District 3, but that would be a part of District 5.
You are correct, sir. And Spring Garden Point Park is in District 5, and we have it incorrectly listed in District 3. So we would need to take $300,000 out of District 3 and add it to the District 5 totals that I just read.
Okay, so now District 5 is 1.2 million. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome, sir.
You got your books earlier. I did. So I wasn't able to find that. Thank you. And I'm 300 down. Okay.
You're not doing too bad.
Well, let's see. Let's see once we break up that citywide, that he claims is citywide. The Marlins parking is not citywide. You know, that's all for me. I don't know what good it does my residents, but that's not considered citywide.
Mm-hmm.
So what I can do is I can read out the citywide projects that are in the capital budget, the new appropriations.
Chris, what I've asked for is on your interpretation of citywide, how many of those fall in each of our districts so we can have total dollar amounts? I'll look at what they're for later so I can determine if I agree with your assessment or not.
And Commissioner Torroyo, is that something that we can have provided for the next budget hearing?
Yeah.
Well, I figure that it'd be something quite easy for him to do. That they've been working at this for so long, and
So
even in Doral, I will tell you this: that when I did budgets as city manager with the budget and finance directors, the books were a lot bigger than these two, a lot bigger, because we had a lot of line item stuff, so that we wouldn't hide anything. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to dedicate in going through the budget like I used to in Doral, and have to work weekends, late at night with staff that I appreciated their effort to do budgets. I don't have that here. Otherwise, Chris, you'd be in trouble, real trouble.
You know, as a matter of fact, when I worked at the budget department, and it was line item by line item, the books were like this. When I was
We're not getting that here.
I remember.
Is there any other question that we have besides what Mr. Rose is listing up? Is there any other question from any other commissioners? Any other discussion about PH-19? No? Okay.
So he's looking at that. Let's have another discussion. It's only $1 million, so don't anybody get all excited, but it's $1 million that we need badly in our budget. Since Mayor Jimenez decided that we weren't going to get any of our money, and he was going to take it from us, so that we could look bad and maybe not be able to balance budgets this year, next fiscal year, and have all kinds of problems. Back in last year's fiscal budget, when we had a discussion, I, in fact, championed giving host committee for the college football World Series $1 million. times have changed drastically. I think we all would agree. First of all, we don't even know if we're going to have the College World Series. If we do, we're only going to have a fraction of the people coming, and they're all going to be staying basically and spending their money somewhere else other than the city of Miami. It's being held at the Joe Robbie Stadium, and I'm sorry, I'll always call it Joe Robbie Stadium. He was my friend. He was one of the best owners we ever had in football. And he built that stadium without getting any money from the taxpayers. Now, I think that the county should be responsible for that additional $1 million. I mean, they've stolen from us, I don't know how many tens of millions of dollars. So I'm not going to be in favor of giving this $1 million out. I think we needed much more in our budget where we could use it depending on which way the majority would like to go, in saving some of the jobs of people who were taken out, in the nets that we're looking to undo. I'm waiting to hear some of the ideas Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla has that might be enlightening, then it might be a cold shower. I don't know. I'll wait to hear from him.
I'm here.
I
showered at like 7 in the morning, so I'm fully showered.
I know that the $1 million is very badly needed in our budget, and I'm not going to be in favor of giving $1 million to a College World Series. If we even have it, what we're going to get out of it is practically nothing.
And Commissioner,
And Commissioner, Mr. Chair.
That's in this. That's in the annual budget, correct? That's in the annual, right?
I believe this is in our.
And Commissioner Carollo, I don't dislike that argument.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to like it.
And Mr. Chair, neither do I. And I was going to make another one beyond that one. How we're going to give $4.8 million to the underline, a park for rich folks, and we're cutting, the only pool that we have in Alpata for poor kids. I mean, there's argument after argument after argument about priorities that could be made, right? We could be here till 3 in the morning talking about priorities, and Commissioner Carollo is completely correct. $1 million for a football game in the middle of the crisis that we're facing now is absurd. It shouldn't even be a conversation. It shouldn't even be a conversation. Like the underline shouldn't be a conversation.
4.8 million?
Juncture, or a bike lane. I'm sorry, Commissioner Russell.
Chris, you didn't tell me that. 4.8 million? No wonder I got my books late.
Yeah, I mean, it's like these are no-brainers that people have these debates.
Are you serious? 4.8 million? Is what he telling me correct, Chris?
It's
That we're
up
gonna
to
give?
50 million. It's
Huh?
up to 50 million, I believe.
But
we cut
4.8
it
million
back.
this year.
4.8
But
this
4.8
fiscal
million
year?
this year.
This fiscal year, we're giving them 4.8? Chris?
Through the chair, when I first got here, the commitment was 50 million. Victoria is right. And I objected to it, and they came out with some additional funds, I don't know from where, and the commitment went down to 30 million. And I'm still proposing.
Well, Chris, where are those $4.8 million coming from?
Yes, sir. The 4.8 has already been spent between a few years ago and this year. It has been budgeted in past years. It is not new funding either in the current year or next year. There is about 11 million already budgeted for the underline, but not paid yet. It is all park impact fees according to the ordinance passed by the city commission a few years ago that obligated the city to up to $50 million of park impact fees collected within the underlying catchment area, of which we've collected about 11 million, maybe a little less, that we collect within it's got some different nuances to it, but roughly 1,000 feet on either side of what is the underline. And that is according to ordinance, and the city is, at least the budget is under obligation to pay that.
Hold on a second. According to whose ordinance?
The city of Miami's ordinance.
So that means that we actually have the ability to pass an ordinance, a new one?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right?
But let me go back to what Chris said, because he's jumped
Times
back
have changed,
and forth.
Chris.
Yes, it absolutely
Is that-
should, with the will of the commission.
Since I have not been able to read the budget because I got my books today, I'm going on what Commissioner Diaz-Portillo just said, 4.8 million in this budget. Now, you're telling me, from what I understood, Chris, and correct me if I heard you wrong, that this is money that they spent already without us approving it in a budget. Remember, this is like if the money that the Omni CRA owes Bayfront Park, if I would have spent it all without getting it. Imagine. Not that we have it. But how much of that money is in this budget that we're giving them this coming fiscal year? Are we giving them the $4.8 million like I heard, or not?
No, sir, we've actually already given them $4.8 million. There's a commitment of up to $50 million.
I heard all that, Chris, but I'm worried about the $4.8 million now.
What have you allocated this year in this budget for the underline?
So
in the
no new
2021
funding.
budget?
In the 2021 budget, no new funding for the underline. It is already 11 million that is sitting there allocated in the budget from past years, not even 1920.
That we can deallocate, right? Or
Yes, sir.
reallocate.
With the will of the commission.
Of course.
Absolutely.
It's all the will of the commission, obviously, with the elected officials.
I'm going to tell you now, with all the
So we
money,
can reallocate $11.8 million away from a park for rich folks to maybe, I don't know, some kids that want to swim in a pool in Grapeland or in Alpata or in Little Havana, or some other priorities that the commission decides. So you have $11.8 million that you set aside for this park. Now, by the way, I think that part, the whole concept is like a $120 million gig, right? Right? Everything else, state funding, federal funding, they got a whole bunch of funding sources, right? The whole idea is like $100-something million, right?
I know that it's $50 million in the city of Miami. I don't know what it is outside the city of Miami.
You don't know what the whole budget is for the whole underlying project? I think Commissioner Russell knows. He's a big advocate for this project. For the whole idea of from state funding to county funding to city funding, Coral Gables and every other city that has, we all, you know, it's 120. You come from the state, you know, it's over $100 million. That's it, right? It's a nonprofit that is seeking over $100 million total from different sources to build a park for people to, you know, ride bikes and drink smoothies and do all these things there, right? And right? Modeled after the High Line in New York, right? Are you aware of that, Chris?
Forgive me, sir, I am the budget director for the city of Miami, not for the rest of the underlying project.
No, but if you're allocating some dollars for an entire project and you're the budget director for the city of Miami, then you know what the entire cost is, right? Because you know what percentage we're paying into it.
I know we're paying $50 million for the 5 miles that are in the city of
For the
Miami.
5 miles.
That's
And you don't
up to
know what the
50
whole
million.
project costs? You're just paying $50 million because you're paying $50 million without knowing the whole cost?
That's correct, sir. I am.
From what I see online.
Well, you know what? I think you should know.
but then you were demanding, Chris, up until the other day, that Bayfront Park had to show where we were going to be spending that money before you were claiming the city could give us that money in Bayfront Park. You were saying that the auditors told you that there had to be an MOU signed. But here's all this money that there was no problem, no idea how it's going to be spent. They just told you it's going to be spent somewhere in the underline. It's miles and miles. And there was no problem for that there.
I have been objecting. I've been objecting since day one
If
about the commitment.
I may intercede here a little bit, and this obviously this clearly has a lot of history to it. I think we need to go back to the original resolution that was passed. Look at the language and how it was allocated, and the amount obviously was an up to amount, right? That was a reso. Am I correct, Chris? It's a resolution.
I actually thought it was an ordinance, but it could have been a resolution.
It was. I would think that it would. I would think there would be an ordinance, because I think what it did was it captured fees near the underline, within a certain distance from the
Vicky,
underline.
can we confirm what it was, just so we can clarify exactly what was passed?
And I think
So they have a full breadth of what they're dealing with in terms of future money and future allocation. I think it
With
be some
with
clarity.
regard to so with regard to the agreements are up to million subject to availability. If you don't have the monies available because you have to fill in holes, and last time we checked, we had 23 million in holes. If that money is sitting there, it can obviously be deobligated, reallocated to another, and it, due to subject to availability, that's what the agreements, the grant agreements say. So yes, you can withhold that money based on how it was drafted if it's not available anymore.
But it's park impact fee money. Let's
Right,
be
so
clear
it's-
about
it's
that
res-
too.
Right.
Can't just use it for anything.
No,
So-
obviously,
Yeah, so
obviously,
whatever you allocate it for, if you defund it, you allocate it, it has to go back.
right, it has to be the same bucket.
appropriate use.
The same bucket, the same
Well,
silo. It has to fall in the
the,
same silo.
Mr.
So, like,
Manager,
for example,
the meeting,
it could fall in Grapeland Park, or it could fall in any other park, right? It's the
Correct.
same
Yes.
silo.
Correct.
And I think some of our parks have a lot of needs that are not an underline, right? So yes, we understand how budgets are allocated, right? You put them in different silos. But, my understanding, I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, I apologize. I'm kind of like, doing what I didn't do in Tallahassee. It's gotten used to the city of Miami, though. We have like a kitchen table conversation along the way, but it's kind of like, it's sort of like if we're talking about 11.8 million that have been not allocated, maybe just put aside, right, Mr. Rose, for this project, this commitment, or whatever you want to call it, MOU, whatever it is. How can we take that money away from that and say, hey, let's kind of reprioritize now? Is there something wrong with doing that? Is there a way to do that at all in the way it works here?
So I would defer partially to the city attorney in that the ordinance governed how much would be set aside for the underline.
We could change the
budget-
ordinance. I mean, we could change the ordinance.
Right.
We could file something, put something in the agenda to change that ordinance in the next commission meeting.
Yes,
So
sir.
that doesn't concern me. That's nothing. And I'm sure we'll find the votes for that. Because I don't think anybody here in this commission, anyone in the right mind, frankly, would actually be talking about giving $11.8 million to a park when people are hurting the way they're hurting. And parks are not being upkept the way they should be upkept. So I mean, so to me, it's just a question of changing the ordinance. You keep on going back to the fact that there's an ordinance. We understand that. Mr. Manager, you never clarified was a reso or an ordinance. Whatever it is, we can change that, right?
So far, we only find resos, but just we're checking, we're confirming. So far, we have about 4 underlying resos that we're
Four?
looking for. 4.
They had a heck of a lobbying team. Wow.
Yeah, and if I may, Commissioner, through the chair, in the underlying page, it says that they need for the part of the city of Miami, there's still $22 million, George. $22 million. And I had the same argument that you had. If we are going to use our impact fees, there are a lot of parks in every one of our districts that needs to be repaired, rebuilt. There are pools that they're not working. There are pools that they're not working, that have been there for the past 50 years. And we have to build new pools and serve our people instead of try to imitate the New York, which, by the way, I've been on it didn't impress me at all.
But look, I like
Yeah,
this. May I please, and then I'm going to call him the vice chairman. Remember that the ordinance talks about parks that are within a certain distance from what the underlying would mean. I'm sorry, dollars that are within a certain distance, generated from within a certain distance from the underlying. So that's kind of how they narrowly tailored it. I will say that the idea of the underlying, I think, is a wonderful addition to the city of Miami. I think it will have a tremendous effect on everyone who chooses to use it. And in those areas where it is, obviously I don't have an underline in my district, but I've improved the alleyways within my district, and I did it with dollars that were strictly under my purview, and I know that they had a tremendous effect upon the neighborhoods. And so I think that it could be a good thing. And obviously, not all of our dollars are going to be going towards, not all of the dollars for park impact fees are going to be going towards the underline. So I think that we're going to have dollars that are available. I wanted to say over the past few years, we've been generous as a commission with each other and where those dollars were going. When Commissioner Reyes right out, I think I supported you. I don't know if it was last budget, but millions of dollars towards your parks because of what was needed there. And I think that's generally how we've been able to do that. And I want to kind of also, before we go back to Commissioner Russell, I want to kind of remember to direct us. There was an idea that was brought forward by Commissioner Carollo in that first $1 million that I think you can probably find a majority there. And that's $1 million that can be used in many different ways because that's unrestricted dollars. And so how about we tackle those issues that we know that we can, and then kind of leave the other issues for a fight for the next time.
Okay.
And that's just my thought about that. But I want to recognize the vice chairman, and then we'll move on to any other commissioner that wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, I remember the underline when I first learned about it, I was skeptical, wondering who wants to go to a park along US 1, But I after attending the charrettes with the communities and understanding the concept better, I became a believer in it. This was an initiative of the mayor to create this funding source. I remember when he brought the legislation, and it does touch 3 of our districts, I want to say, and it runs right along Commissioner Carollo's district and Commissioner Reyes' district, and they're trying to, through those local charrettes, have each section of the underline serve that community. And so it's not just one fancy park under one design, but each neighborhood got to put in what it's going to be. My question for the city attorney, my point to that is that I am supportive of it, and I hope you all would be too. I know we're in a financial crunch, but my question is, based on not only the legislation we signed, I'm sure there was an MOU or a contract that accompanied that, Madam City Attorney. If we were to undo that legislation and cut off that funding a few years after they had gone into it with those commitments and maybe spent money and done whatever, are we exposed at all? Are we liable at all?
Based on those agreements is what I was discussing earlier, that we said based upon availability of the funding. So if we don't have the funding, we can't give it to them.
But if it's park impacts fees that were generated, it's there, right? It doesn't have to do with the overall city's financial capacity, because we couldn't turn park impacts fees into money for jobs or anything like that. So
it can only be used for capital and those type of things. The things that park impact fees can be used for. But if you no longer have monies for that in other places for your capital projects, then it's whether it's available or not at the end of the day.
No, I understand that argument, but so have you studied the wording on it? Because that's where the details will be. If the word available is what's used, because the money has been generated by those developments that have happened within that radius, and it has been created. Now, whether we need that money elsewhere is the question that's being raised by the other commissioners, which is a valid argument. But my question to you is, are we legally exposed if we were to change our minds on that? And for the record, I'm in support of, I understand they're coming back to us with a reduction in the ask. They're no longer asking for 50 or even 30, that there's an intended amendment basically to cap the ask and limit it to a lower amount.
What's the intent? I'm sorry. What's the intended amendment? Whose amendment?
That the administration and the underline are going to come back to us, not asking for the $50 million anymore. But
that's news to me. Wait, hold on. Never heard of it.
So
you know about it, but no one else does. So what is that? I've
learned briefly about it on a tour of the first section that they've started to complete, which hugs both Commissioner Carollo's district and mine through that Brickell area, right under the Metro Rail. And during that tour, I was to understand from Meg Daly that we'll be seeing something coming down the line at some point, which will be reducing the ask based on their projected needs and their understanding of what our projected growth is. They don't expect to see the 50 million or want it, that it's going to be a much lower amount, but that they would.
What's that amount, Commissioner?
Chris Rose, have you had talks on this?
Well, you have talks, Commissioner. I mean,
Yeah, but
you're the one
I'm
that have the
speaking
talks.
secondhand, so my understanding it's going to be more in the 14 million range. Something
Oh,
like
that's it? Okay.
Yeah, so the number that has been indicated to me, and I haven't seen the documents yet, but the number that was indicated to me, I did the same walkthrough that Commissioner Russell did, was roughly about $15 million.
15.
Yes, sir.
But that then we would not have any further obligation beyond that.
All right.
I think it could be. I think we could be exposed. I think there's an argument you could make that says that we don't have the money, but there's certainly an argument that could be made that says no, it was generated and under the contract we have with them that we owe it.
Well, I'm really amazed that I'm here. You give that argument, but you give a different one on the contract that the Omni CRA, the county, the city had on giving the monies to Bayfront Park. There, you give a different argument. But here, it's the argument that you want to give on this one. Well, how can it be such for this money, but not for the other money?
Just read the wording of the contract. This isn't my project. The underline is not my initiative. I'm just saying.
Then that's exactly what I've been telling you for several years.
Well, you're defending it, Commissioner.
The contract that were signed before that you don't want to listen to.
We have a termination provision.
Of course we do. That's all contracts have that.
Right, but the city termination, if by the city shall be relieved of all obligations under this MOU, except for those obligations that expressly survive the termination of the MOU. And then we have the availability provision as well. So obviously, nothing is foolproof, but we do have outs. But again, nothing is foolproof.
That's the best news I've heard all night.
Make an action.
Right now we're on BH 19, right? I know we had some questions. I want to be able to move through this agenda if we can.
Okay.
Back in 19, Chris, one more question for you, since you were busy putting together for me the breakdown on the 14.9, almost $15 million countywide. In my district, on the monies that were to go to the Marlins Garage, how much was that?
In the new budget,
Well, that's the only one we're talking about, this next fiscal year's budget. That's what we're here for. I don't know what else we're here for. Chairman, are we here for something else? And
$3,195,000.
yes, sir.
excuse me?
$3,195,000.
$3,195,000.
Yes, sir.
Surprise, surprise. And so what's really maybe going into my district is only $2,100,000. It looked good before, $5,295,000. And thank God this after the chairman recognized that there was $300,000 that was for his district. And you don't think that the Marlins Garages is something that's citywide, whatever that means, Chris?
We could absolutely show it as citywide, sir. Right now, we have it shown as District 3.
Because you wanted to blow it up so it would appear that, gee, I'm the one that's getting the most money, that I'm just crying wolf. I understand, Chris. I know. I know the school you went to and who your mentor was, so I understand how that works.
Commissioners, I wanted to point out we didn't pass any ordinances. Everything was done through resolutions.
Okay.
I agree.
Easier.
That was a resolution?
I'm sorry?
That was a resolution?
They were all resolutions. I can send them to you.
Okay, so out of the new allocations that are district supposedly, I have 2.1 million because the 3,195,000, even Chris knows that that should be in anything that he would consider citywide. District 2 has 5,074,000. The rest of the districts are, way low. How does that happen, Chris? The District 2 gets so much more than the poorest district when District 2 is the richest? And this has been happening time and time again.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. We go through an extensive capital appropriation process, and we go
But
through
when you say we, who's we?
all of the departments. We meet with each department and see what their requests are. We meet with the Office of Capital Improvements while we go through those, and we look at the needs and what generates those needs. Not just what someone says what the needs are, but we look at why someone is saying what those needs are. And there are things such as the Marlins Garage where we have needed repairs. We have engineering.
Which we agreed to is something that should be countywide. Because how is that going to benefit the residents of any part of my district when, if anything, would benefit the whole city?
Yes, sir. We will reclassify that into a citywide from now on. We will do that.
Well, I'd like for you to send me, Chris, very spelled out in each district, but in particular mine in District 2, all the projects that have been assigned and how the conclusion came for those dollars to be spent. And then if you could go back the last couple of fiscal years and see how capital improvement budgets were assigned also. And please don't, hide citywide or not. Include what you consider citywide also in those budgets. But having said that, on the other 15 million that you had citywide, you had to add another 2,100,000 to. Have you broken it up by district already?
We are in process of that. I got caught up in the discussion. My apologies, sir.
Oh, okay, Chris. Well, I hope I would have it in sufficient time, not the day before the second reading of this.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, if I may, there are some items, especially that are classified citywide, and I'll make specific reference when you look at the list that specifically relate to police and fire. I'd love to get your interpretation of how those ought to be allocated because they don't technically fall within the district per se. Those kind of clearly are. We're going to have a hard time identifying what district they fall in per se because they are specific to a department. They are capital expense, but they really apply towards the overall operation of those departments. So
I understand that, Mr. Manager.
We'll try to clear that up, but I'd like your input on that as well.
I appreciate it. Let me clarify this to you so that there would be no mistake in your mind. I appreciate the work you've been doing. My line of questioning to the budget director has nothing to do with you or your leadership or your management. Thank God that we've had you here because I hate to see what would have happened if you hadn't been around and we had this other character when COVID-19 hit. It was a very unfair situation for you because you were just here barely a few weeks and all you've been doing is dealing with the worst pandemic that not only our city, our county, our state, but our country has ever seen. So I appreciate the hours that you've been putting, the time and effort, and all that you have done. This is a pattern of what's been going on with the budget office and how they cater to some and try to stick it to others. And I'm fighting for my residents. I'm fighting for residents that, for the most part, are not well versed in the English language. Many are new immigrants. Some are not even here with papers. They're what so-called illegal immigrants. But I don't look at that. I look on how I could help people that live in my district, period. And those are the kind of people that you don't see calling in, screaming, demanding, trying to defame any of us. These are hardworking people that, don't know how their money is being spent or what service they're getting or why. And this is why it's so important for commissioners that represent the poorest district of the city, not to be shy in fighting for the monies that those residents deserve. And that's all that I'm doing.
Is there a motion to approve BH19?
Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla moved the item back at 7:37 p.m. There was no second.
Chris, you got the breakdown for me and the 15 million. I mean, I know 2,100,000 is Marlins Stadium or garage, excuse me. What's the other 15 million for? You have that yet?
Mr. Clerk, note the chair is a second.
Understood, sir.
One moment, sir. Let me confer with my staff. Give me just a moment here.
Can I make a suggestion? Capital budget only requires one reading. So if there are questions and issues that we need to address, maybe we can defer this item to the next meeting, allow me to do a deeper dive with each of you and address any specific issues you may have. Because at this point, it may take a while to kind of pull up some of the information, and I want to make sure it's accurate. I don't want there to be any mistakes, especially in a public forum. So I think it would be better for us to handle this individually in the meantime, and then that way we come back at next meeting and represent this, and maybe there'll be some modifications or adjustments, but it'll be done so with direct input from each of you.
Mr. Manager, I would appreciate it very much. Chris has had the advantage of having this for months and months. I've only gotten it about 5 hours ago. So I would appreciate it very much.
I have a question.
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair approach. So we can make some, and my name is Chair, I think it's a fair approach, a more reasonable approach. We're going to be more methodical in how we make these decisions, because these are important decisions we're making. So I think I think the manager, give him the opportunity to come back with some more important information that we need.
I have a question for the Madam City Attorney. So items BH19 and BH21, can those be both deferred? Like, can we defer those items or continue them to the next agenda? Is that possible?
Hold on 1 second, because we have particular notes on here. So BH18.
Oh, not 18, 19.
No,
Oh, okay. 19, it's the capital plan.
Right.
Right. So you can reset it because it's subject to, because it only has one reading, like the manager says. So it can be reset, and you
What
have
about
time to talk about it.
BH21 only has one reading as well?
Oh, hold on for that one.
Well, I think that one has two, right?
Two.
That one has two.
That's two readings, right?
It's an ordinance. It's an ordinance. It has two.
Okay.
The other one was a reso.
So then I'll take that superseding motion, the motion to continue item BH19.
Move.
So moved. Second.
It's been properly moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. It is continued, BH19. BH20.
I'll move that. They're setting the
millage.
Rate.
The millage, I'll second that.
Property moved and second.
It's an ordinance. Chairman, may I read it when you tell me to?
Yes, it's been properly moved and seconded. I don't think there's going to be any discussion. Madam City Attorney, read into the record, please.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission related to taxation, defining, designating the territorial limits of the city of Miami, levying an ad valorem tax on all real and personal property in the city at a total tentative rate of 7.99000 mils on the dollar of the taxable value of such property for the purposes of funding the general operating budget and payment of debt service for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries.
Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, I'm going to.
It's an aye. It's an aye. I'm sorry. I didn't press the button fast enough.
No worries. Unanimous, 5-0.
BH 21.
An ordinance,
That requires two readings, right?
Read into the record, please.
yes, two readings. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission adopting a tentative budget and making appropriations relating to operational and budgetary requirements for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021, ratifying, approving, and confirming certain necessary actions of the city manager and designated city officials in order to update the relevant departments, financial controls, completed projects, project closeouts, emergency programs, and funding, accounting entries, and computer systems in connection therewith for grants and other funding sources in progress and for necessary related document negotiations and executions, providing for an effective date.
Okay. Senator, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, can we talk about the net offices now? Is it the time to do that, or are we not there yet?
It's a good time to probably take that $1 million and then you can have the net office conversation later.
Okay. There's been sort of a lobbying effort from some city employees to keep their jobs or not keep their jobs, you know, and to me, that's disturbing. And I don't want this to drag out for a 2-month to a 2-week period until we have the next meeting. So I think it's better to sort of have the conversation now, if it's the will of this commission. And do we want to have a more streamlined system where we have district offices that are directly accountable to the people that they elect, right? Directly accountable, responsive, and bring government closer to people? Or do we continue to have this convoluted, bloated system that doesn't work? I think it's a good conversation to have. Change sometimes is difficult. I know. I dealt with a lot of that when I was in Tallahassee. We try to make structural changes. But I think this is something that is good for the city of Miami. I think it'll save us $3 million. I think it's something that we should talk about and move forward and sort of create district offices of commissioners who are directly accountable to their constituents, people that are elected or duly elected, and then they have the opportunity to select the people that are going to be representing them within those geographic boundaries. And I think this is something that we should have a conversation about.
Commissioner, I'm all ears. Explain to me what the idea
That's
is.
right. The idea, and I discussed it with our city manager 3 days ago, is that we create, instead of having, I believe we have 13 net offices, and I don't know how many top-heavy administrators we have there. I think it's up to maybe 19. I don't remember, could be wrong. Mr. Rose could correct me. But it's sort of to kind of streamline that to 5 offices, 1 per district, per commission district. And then if the commissioners decide within that budget they're allocated, and that budget could be as much as $1 million, because there'll be, right now I think it's a little bit over 8 million, so this will bring it down to 5 million, so $3 million savings for the city of Miami at a time that we need that $3 million savings. That commissioner in that district can decide if he wants to have 2 commission offices to better serve the people that he was elected to represent, then that commissioner can decide to have 2. That commissioner can decide to have 1. But it's a discretion of the duly elected official from that area. And it all works together, right? It's a synergy that's created. between the duly elected official for that particular geographic area, that district, and the people that he thinks that could better, represent those people and respond to those people. And that's kind of the thinking. I think the city manager and I had an in-depth conversation. I know he also had it. I know we had that conversation. He also had I think he had an in-depth conversation with some of the staff members that they think this is probably a good idea to streamline government and bring it closer to people and to make it more efficient. And I think efficiency during these times is critical. And I think responsiveness to the people that elect us is important, and accountability is important. And to have it it's this bureaucratic mess that we have now, this back and forth, these overlapping areas that, one net office represents, two different districts and this competing interests and back and forth, there's just too much confusion. I think it's better to kind of streamline and make it more specific to specific geographic districts that each commissioner represents.
Commissioner, question. It's very interesting, and you mentioned of the magic word, which is efficiency. Since day one, I've been asking for efficiency analysis from every single department, and that is another department that we have. And if by streamlining the way that you are proposing, we can save money and at the same time provide the services, quality services, and probably improve the quality services, since we are more, commissioners are going to be more in charge of what the people that are working in the net offices than what it is now, that we have to go through layers of government and all of that. But my question, and I would like to sit down and talk to the manager, since you and we cannot have a conversation because of the sunshine law. But and I think what are going to be the consequences towards to the employees that are not working on the net offices? Are they going to go back to the departments they came from? Because I will really hate to see anybody lose their jobs. You see, people that I know that we have solid waste employees that they are serving at the net office. Are they going to go back, or we keep them? And all of those little details, I would like to have it, and I would like to really analyze what are the consequences and how much we can improve the services, as well stated. And even if we can add to the services that we provide at those net offices, or not going to be net, but those district offices, even the possibility or the availability of they being able to issue or start the process for permits that they are not there's not a construction permit, but you have to change a door or place a gate or something like that, minor construction permits or building permits, that the people can come to our offices. Those offices that you are describing, and come and be able to solve all the problems right there. And I think that would be more efficient, not only for the residents, but also for the city as a whole. And we would provide an extremely, I would say that it's going to be very helpful to the business building department, and maybe we can expedite those permits instead of having our residents to go through all of that. But I would like to see all those details before we vote on it. And I'm going to be very honest. It is very. I think it's very sound logic what you are expressing. But I want to make clear to all those employees that right now they are very much afraid, and they are. I know that I have received. I don't know how many texts that you received, but I've received a bunch of texts that they're going to lose their job. This is not to eliminate those people that are working now. They could go back to the positions and go back to the departments, but we will be able to hire also and keep an eye out. That is going to work, and with all the benefits, what benefits are going to have the people that we, all of those little details I will add to that.
Mr. Chairman, I may through you.
You recognize?
Commissioner, I agree with you. I don't want to hurt anyone or have anybody lose their job. That's not what That's all this is about. This is about
It's about
efficiency and
efficiency.
accountability.
Love it.
And the conversation I had with our city manager was about, you know, whether he's going to shift some of those responsibilities to other departments, that he can streamline and coalesce some of those responsibilities so that he can save some dollars. We're all looking to save money here, but we're also looking for accountability, right? So as far as the concept, and the Miami-Dade County does it, it's one of the few things they do right.
Yeah.
So every commissioner has a district office, right? And those commissioners are accountable to those constituents, and the people that work there are responsive to those constituents. So it's very clear. It's a very clear line of responsibilities and responsiveness that exists. So it doesn't mean that if you now have a district officer, you cannot go turn around and say, I want to hire these very efficient people that work in this net office to come work for me now, because now they are going to the people that know the community and know the area and have been doing this work for, in some cases, for decades, right?
Absolutely.
But yes, of course, everybody has an opportunity to apply and be part of this process. It's just a question of streamlining it, making it more accountable, making sure that people are closer to their government, and then the manager and the commissioners will work together to make sure where we place some of these other people. What I don't think we need is that bureaucratic overlay that we have of so many other people that are, have all these mixed responsibilities that maybe can be placed somewhere else. And I'll tell you something, to your point, Commissioner Reyes, no one's going to go to the MRC building, whether it's a brand new, beautiful building in downtown in front of the river. People that live in Alpata are not going to get in a car or in a bus and go to downtown Miami to solve their problems and wait 5 hours. It's better they go to a district office with some of those problems, not all of them, but some of those problems can be solved.
Gentlemen,
it's government closer to the people. And that's kind
Gentlemen,
of the idea.
this is important. This is important. The opposing team scores 7 on us in their first possession, but we just made it up in our first, so we're 7-7.
Okay.
I'm
not as worried
watching
anymore.
from the corner here.
I'm not as worried anymore. I wanted to give you an update. So we could keep this fine conversation.
I saw it, but I was trying to focus on my argument, and it took my focus away for a second. Another through the chair, another concern that I had, and you addressed it real well, is that given the shape of certain districts like mine, for example, is an odd shape, and we are not going to go about it why it was done like that. I remember the day that it was done the way that it was presented to the commission, and I know, and you know why it was drawn that way. But I need to have, if I'm going to, right now I have 2 net offices that serve my district. And I definitely will need to have, if I'm going to have offices, we need to have a couple of offices. And you'll have 2.5. As an example, you'll have 2.5. We'll split the cost. Oh, that's what I was going to say. You and I that we have, because we're together, right? We're you and I that we have a bordering district. We can also work from the same place. Because as I do understand, right now our net offices are paying rent. You see, the places that we are, and if we're going to split all those charges of those costs, and also we are, well, I personally, I think that we can look into our parks, and maybe we can have or try to have one of the some of the buildings that in those parks that they could be converted into offices. And I don't know, but it's a very nice concept. I will love to have more information about it. And I personally believe we're going to be more efficient.
I'm
sorry, Commissioner Carlos, yes.
I think this concept has a lot of merits that we need to consider and look at. I like the opportunity to speak to the manager on it.
Yes.
I would also like to get from the manager so that we could have it, the budget and line item budget, not like Chris does it, line item from each of the net office that we have, so that, we could get an idea of real savings and who we have and where the money's going to. So I think this merits some serious discussion for next time we meet on this for the second reading. And it's certainly something that is attracted my attention. So.
And out of this, Vicky, please turn the light on. Because now, I mean, before, when you turn the light on, you look like human. Now you look like a ghost.
My God, I see it. Whoa. Now she looks like a ghost.
No, look at it now.
A little better now, a little better. Okay. It looked like a Humphrey Bogart movie before in the black and white.
You saw that?
I used that. I hope you didn't mind me using Bogart, because I could have used, like one of those Capone movies, the attorney to the mobster and all that.
Something like that, right?
I'm the mob lawyer, right? I'm the mob lawyer, so that would have been fine too.
Okay. And when do you think, Commissioner, that we can you can have all the T crosses and the I's dot about your proposal, and that we could analyze it with administration?
I think well, maybe I don't know if you want to do it now, but maybe if we memorialize the idea or the concept, so we move forward in that direction. We're moving forward in that direction, right? So I haven't heard from our city manager yet, because we had a really long conversation. I haven't heard from our chairman either, or Commissioner Russell. Kind of where the feeling is of the commissioners and our city manager. I know his feelings. We talked about it, of where we want to go.
I would like to sit with him with all this. With all the questions, the answers to all the questions that we have. That I have, and I give the opportunity to the chairman and the rest of the other commissioners, so that they can ask all the questions before we move forward. I am very confident that we can we're going to find common ground on this, and now that it is obvious and that nobody is going to lose their jobs. This is not going to hurt anybody, and people are going to keep their positions. Some of them in someplace else, or in at the district offices, and they're going to be serving the people as they have been doing before. But this streamline is going to represent a substantial saving for the city of Miami. And in my opinion, when you eliminate those layers of bureaucracy that as we have now, it will be more efficient.
Of course. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Russell, I think you, Mr. Chairman, I think Commissioner Russell wants something there. Come on. Mr. Chairman, can you focus on this debate? This is an important debate for me. I know. Are you watching the UM game?
I don't have the luxury of watching the UM game. James is complaining in my ear about that.
Okay.
Senator, I'm a man that likes to hear good ideas, and so if you have something that's a cost savings to the community, and you can get still great service from our department, and we have the flexibility. Say, for instance, I think that there were a number of net offices that were proposed to be closed in my district, and obviously, I believe in the work that our employees do, and I know I'll be leaving, but I think I don't want to handicap the next commissioner, because you need to understand exactly what it is that the net departments do, and the way that my district is set up. Those neighborhoods are very unique. They're very, very unique, from the Upper East Side to Liberty City. You have Little Haiti, Overtown, and then the Wynwood district. Those are very distinct neighborhoods, and many of them don't travel to the same space. They're not even. If you think they won't travel to City Hall or 411, whatever the 111 building, whatever its number is, they're certainly not coming to other places like Overtown, and they're in the Upper East Side. And so one day they will, I'm sure, but in the way that we're doing this, I just find it highly unlikely. And so I particularly find it very interesting if I can find a way to continue to maintain many of those offices that are being closed, so that we can continue moving forward. If I can do that, then I'm all perfectly for supporting your initiative, especially when, because I guess this could tie up the next commissioner, but I mean I'm willing to sacrifice some of the budget for the office in order to have some representatives from the net offices to be available. So, but I certainly wouldn't voluntarily give that up. I mean, we could find a space in the budget, like how we saw that $1 million that Commissioner Coroyo has been eyeing for quite some time.
You saw that.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the money that
You got that one.
I'm with that, But I do think that people want to see what it is. I like the idea, like for instance, between this hearing and the next hearing, we could get more information about exactly what you want to do. We can see where the money's coming from, the savings, so that it's there. And but I'm, your idea how you want to streamline it and it's flexible for all of us. I mean, that's not a bad concept. And so, I'm willing to move forward with your idea of moving, but we don't have any details submitted about which offices are being closed, or I want to be able to see the proposal so that the next time that we talk about this, I can say, okay, this net office, that net office, let's have the discussion about the budgetary effects for each one of them and how it affects the district, our district office, etc. But you're right. I think the idea of having a district office is important. I actually, because I'm chairman of the South Overton Park West CRA, I have my own small office at.
I do too.
Overton, right. Yeah. So exactly, it's small. But even still, you realize it's very difficult for our residents to go to those spaces. Parking is an issue. The location is an issue. You have to go through a building and they close at certain times of the hour. Yeah. In my case, and there's certain rules. And it doesn't have the familiarity that everyone is used to. So I recognize that there's even problems with me having that space. So that's why we're always at City Hall. And we try to invite our residents to City Hall as much as possible. But it is problematic. I think having a space. I mean, driving through the neighborhoods, you see it in the state especially. It says, Senator Diaz de la Portilla's office this way. I mean, right. that's pretty good because now everyone knows exactly where you are. So I recognize that there are certain strengths to that, but I also want to be sure that I don't put my residents at disadvantage for those that have the ease and the flexibility of touching a net office that is right there in their backyard.
And Mr. Chair, not to belabor the point, but if you would allow me to ask our manager to sort of walk very quickly, give us a summary of what we spoke about and what your thinking is on this.
I think unless, I mean, the only one that hasn't spoken is Commissioner Russell.
Okay.
I mean.
So I'm glad to weigh in on this. When I first came into office, I had big dreams for changing net office. And so I want to understand whether we're trying to address solely the financial crunch or if we really see an operational opportunity to improve how the residents are served. Because obviously I'm in favor of addressing both. But I have come to fall in love with my net office and the way they help take a burden off of my office in terms of constituent services. We work very well hand in glove. But the system is not set up to do that. I do agree with you, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, in that. And it's been hard to find that rhythm because, we're handling our own constituent services in the office and then the net office is getting some and we're not using a combined system. Mm-hmm. So we're sending to departments, they're sending to departments, we're working with the manager. I had originally, asked to meet all of the net offices, this is 4 or 5 years ago now, to see what could we do to change that system so that they were almost an extension of the commission office in a sense. So that we were, constituents really felt served and not bounced around, because I don't want to say when a constituent calls me, well, you call the net, and then the net says, well, you call this department. I want them to have a concierge that takes care of them from the start to finish of their problem. And that's what net can be. Whether they work under a commission office or independent, it sounds very complicated to me, and I don't know the best answer to that. I know we're in a budget crunch. I don't want to see us lose anyone. I want to see us continue to fight for the revenue that's owed to us. But I'm open to talking, but I do want to preserve and save our team. They really, really are the face of our government to our community. And the ones that I work with, I know they pull their weight. They work so hard. So these are very tough decisions to make, but that's where I am at this point. I'm open to some changes that help us work more uniformly, but I don't really want to just chuck the system out. I don't want to undo net as a body. But I'm open to continue talking.
Commissioner, through the chair, if I might take the liberty to give a directive to the city manager that to meet with every single one of the commissioners, and I mean, once that you and the city manager have sat down and you have ironed all the, your ideas with him, your president, and you know, go back and forth, and then come and sit with every one of the commissioners, so we can provide our input into it and take it from there. I think that it is fair that everybody gets their input. Like just Commissioner Russell, now he has a concern about losing people. I have it too, and as we in our discussion, it was clear that nobody is going to be fired. We're not going to lose them. Okay, we will be able to retain them, but working for us. Okay, but I would love to get all the points. Everything on paper, and give the opportunity to everybody to have their input in. If you agree with it,
Mr. Manager, can we have you, and if you could direct the budget director, provide to all of us by Monday. Mm-hmm. You should have it by tomorrow, but at least by Monday, a list of every net office, line item budgets, how much each person makes, how many people we have, their positions, every bit of expenses going there, and then the total at the end. So that could help us get some ideas of what we could do.
I will, Commissioner Correa, if I may, I will also include the savings that we are going to obtain, and also what it will be the consequences for the employees, because we want to dissipate any doubt about any of the employees that they have been scared and by other people that they are saying that we're going to abolish nets, and that's not your intention. And from what I gather, the intention of Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla is not to eliminate it, it's to make it more efficient and streamlined. And if we can get everything on the clear, what we can, how much are we going to save? With the problem, if there's any problem with human resources or the civil service status of those workers, if they're going to lose it, everything plays. We have to put it on the table so we can make a very educated decision on this.
So I'll use this opportunity to sort of address a couple of questions and some of the feedback. So this is obviously an idea that materializes part of a conversation Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla and I had 2 days ago when we were doing the budget briefing. We talked through it, as he mentioned, at length. But what I had asked when we sort of concluded the conversation was the opportunity to get obviously additional feedback from the rest of the elected officials, which we're doing on this platform, and so that I would have very clear direction in terms of what my specific ask was, in particular, what the analysis would entail, and what I would need to come back with in terms of information. So obviously, this is a major undertaking because you have to determine a lot of things on a lot of levels. Obviously, there's a level of service concern, right? There is a number of HR issues that have to be addressed as well. We have union contracts in place. There are very specific issues that have to be sort of, we'll call them projected out in terms of where people end up in terms of positions. And then there are specific issues as it relates to, in addition to just the rollback rights that certain employees have, there's also this issue of, who those employees will work for, right? And you're gonna have some of those employees obviously are most assigned to the commission offices themselves, and some others will come back to certain departments depending on what level of service they provide or specific service they provide. So there's a lot involved in that process. One thing I can do immediately is give each of you a current line by line assessment of what that net budget looks like by net office, inclusive of personnel, equipment, and obviously whatever office expenses there are. That I can do immediately. We'll have that to you right away. As far as a robust discussion in terms of what a plan would look like, I need a little more time for that because I want to have an intelligent conversation with each of you. So I want to create very clear expectations in terms of how those conversations are going to take place, more particularly because I want each of you to be well informed, right? So this is not a decision any of you are going to want to make lightly in any way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
You're going to want to understand all the details to that, and for the staff to put together that level of information, I want to give ourselves a little time to do that. So let me reconvene with my staff. We haven't done any work on this at all. I wanted to get very clear direction on it at this meeting. Let me reconvene with my staff. I will send a notice out to each of you, identifying when I think I'll be ready to meet with each of you individually. And then the hope is that we can have obviously a very good, productive conversation individually, and then again, one in 2 weeks.
Through the chair. And also you mentioned that equipment. See, that we have every single net office have equipment. If we are going to take over those, the commission is going to take over those offices, and we also will need equipment. You see, we are. We should be able to. You should be able to provide us with the requirement equipment to provide the services or improve the services that has been. And I tell you that I am very happy with my the two net offices that I have. Everybody that works there, I'm real proud of them. I want to keep them, and I wish they can remain working with me. My commitment is that I will not vote for anything that will cost them their job. I will not do that.
So kind of to create some clarity here, there are some exceptional people that work in net. I've gotten, even in the short time that I've been here, a number of compliments with regards to net staff in almost every single one of your offices. But this actually will provide an opportunity because each of you individually work with your net administrators probably closer than I would ever, because that's the nature of how the structure set up now. You have a pretty good feel for how they function, how competent each of those individuals are, their level of productivity. So it'll be interesting to get some of the feedback from each of you as well as we continue to kind of put this structure together, because your input is actually probably the most valuable in this process in terms of the people themselves.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
But I don't know if I should say this now, but I'm going to do it anyway. There is a reality here. I mean, the city of Miami has 4,526 employees. I think we're eliminating 19 of them, right? Filled positions in this proposal. There are people that are going to lose their jobs. It's a budgetary crisis. And there's some people that are not. There are a lot of competent people in the city of Miami, but some that are not. I mean, that's just the reality of any business. I mean, my dad does it. He's 83 years old and he runs a mattress factory and he's still, he had to get rid of 2 employees 2 months ago because the economy didn't allow it, right? So, I mean, government has to do the same thing. Our job is not only to keep everybody is employed, but we have to be efficient because the people that elect us want us to be efficient and to save them. Either we cut services or we cut some employees. And Grapeland, I'll give you an example. Grapeland Park, which is a big hit to my district, it has a pool, the only pool in District 1 that will be open from, it's open 7 days a week and now will be open 2 days a week. It's a $500,000 savings to the city of Miami, and I'll swallow that. But because I understand the difficult economic times sometimes demand difficult decisions. I can't go into any situation saying I'm not going to get rid of anyone in any job, in any situation, because it's not realistic. It's not correct. So, Commissioner Reyes, there are going to be people that are going to lose their jobs, no matter how hard they lobby not to lose those jobs. Because we're not in the lobbying business. We're in the efficiency business and in protecting our constituents.
Hold on a second. Nobody's lobbying me, and I don't believe in lobbying. The thing is that what I'm doing is, what I'm saying is that those people that they are very hard workers, they have done their job, and their positions are determined that they are positions that are needed. I mean, those people deserve to stay working. Now, I do understand that there is duplicity of services sometimes, that there are positions that should be eliminated because they are not fulfilling the needs that they should be doing, or because that there is a certain duplicity of services. I do understand that, and I will agree with that. You see, but those people that they are out in the field, that they have been doing a great job. And I will not vote for them to. I mean, because they have placed the best efforts.
That's true.
I am not.
We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing.
I am not blind because I've been in touch with the city of Miami for a long, long time. Even though I wasn't working with it. I mean, for the city of Miami, but I always been in love with the city of Miami, and I always follow the city of Miami. There are people that they deserve not to be working in the city of Miami. And you know that. Okay? They don't fulfill their job requirement the way they should be done. And there are sometimes the departments that they have created positions that they were not needed.
Right.
Okay. Okay. I do understand that. I'm not referring myself to that. And I know that we have to make difficult decisions. And that's why people elect us. People elect us to do not only popular decisions, also difficult decisions that benefit the city. You see, and I don't believe in lobbying, and nobody lobbies. I mean, I you know that I'm close to a lobbyist, who's my son, but it's not lobbying. Okay, but.
I'm talking about city employees lobbying, emailing, and all that kind of stuff to save themselves.
You know what happened is, and we have it in Spanish, that is called Radio Bemba. You see,
Radio Bemba.
Radio Bemba. When the
rumor
mill start going, there's no way to stop it. And then people now they are saying, oh, they are going to do away with the services of net are important. Yes, they're important, and we're going to keep them.
Of course.
If we go this route, we're going to keep them and we're going to improve them. That's what I want to do. And we want to keep those people that deserve to save their jobs, save their jobs. That's what the only thing that I'm saying.
Okay.
I think that we are on the same page.
Yes, we are. Absolutely.
Okay.
I agree with both of you.
It's great to end up in agreement, Commissioner Carroll.
Oh, man.
I'll sleep like a baby tonight.
Oh, having an agreement for you means a lot, Commissioner.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will.
Is there a motion?
The motion, well, actually, that's interesting. Do we want to memorialize the concept of creating district offices as we explore it?
Well, I think that what I did is
Or a directive?
a directive,
Okay.
and then we can go the whole 9
Okay.
yards when we come back and we all agree with it. We just go right
Okay.
ahead
Okay.
and make the
Excuse me,
decision.
Before we do anything else, it's 14-7 now. Doing good.
Oh, good, fantastic.
I'm watching your score.
But who-
You got it behind me here.
Oh, who are
I'm
the
watching
players?
it here.
Right.
I'm watching you guys here and I'm watching that over there.
You're cheating. Who are they playing? Who is Miami playing?
Can you let us out? I'm a University of Miami graduate, okay?
I know you are. But before I let you out, I want to discuss one more quick thing.
Okay.
And then we'll let you go, 'cause I want to watch the game too. And
Before
that's,
we-
and I know it's not a budget hearing, but I think it's important just to bring it out because I can't discuss it individually with any of you. I think that I had a conversation with our city manager about beginning a redistricting process. Every 10 years in Tallahassee, we will redistrict. And we will create new districts based on population shifts to make sure that every district had its proportional representation, right? That voting age population was more or less the same in each district. We've had those population shifts in the city of Miami, so we have some districts that have a lot more voting age population residents than others. So some people are being overrepresented and others are being underrepresented. So every 10 years, after every census, we did see, right, for congressional districts and state senate districts and state house districts. I would recommend that we do the same thing now and we begin that process to make sure that, one man, one vote concept is respected. And that we have these single member districts that are proportionally represented in the city of Miami. It's not an easy fight to have because, everybody wants to protect a particular neighborhood. I don't want to take over Spring Garden, although I love that place. I would love to live there, Commissioner Hardeman.
Right,
It's a
yeah.
beautiful place.
Well,
I'm buying a house there, but I'm not going to do that. You'll be gone anyway, so you'll be fine. but there is kind of a proportional representation argument that's to be made by the courts, as you know, Commissioner Hardeman, that needs to be addressed every number of years. Normally it's every 10 years, and sort of begin I would like to direct the city manager to begin to look at hiring a law firm and some demographic experts to begin to look at that process for us to be able to redistrict and to have that proportional representation in the city of Miami. After, I don't know when was the last time we did it. Ms. Mendez, I think it was 10 years ago or 11 years ago.
2013 or 2014, we
2014.
were late. We were late.
We were late to
last
we were
time.
kind of late to that process, right?
Right.
It's normally, and kind of to establish a process where we do it every 10 years on a moving forward basis, kind of that we understand that, hey, Miami is seeing a lot of population shifts, especially downtown Miami is growing very rapidly. I think Commissioner Russell, just what I've seen, I don't have any specific data, but your district is growing very quickly. So you're probably representing more people than you should be representing. I'm representing less than I should be representing. And that's kind of like the balance we need to find.
You're totally
That
right.
everybody's doing more or less 100,000, people.
I agree with you, and if my may suggest that we are in a census period right now. And we are in the process of having a new census. You see, in order to have I would say a realistic a picture of how a population is divided. I don't know if it would be smart to wait for the results of the census, but be ready to once we get the census report.
Well, what normally happens when Tallahassee, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you, sir.
Sure.
What normally happens is in Tallahassee, it's sort of like, from say 20 to 22 or 20 to 2010 to 2012, and then because the elections are 2012, right, or 2022 in this case, but we have elections that are in odd years.
Yes,
so
right.
we kind of have a different process. We have to work on the estimates because the census will release an estimate on what they think it's going to be. They're already releasing it, right? And we'll have an idea. So we redistrict for
By
our next
2021.
election.
By 2021.
For 2021. So we will
Absolutely agree with you.
we would have a process that will begin
That's right.
now or right after this election and then kind of
And by
have it ready for 2021 and then
And then
present a
we'll-
new map and go through all the legal hurdles and there may be some challenges. There may not
That's
be. If we do it right, we have the right, right lawyers, and we do it right.
Yes.
I think we should be fine. It shouldn't be a difficult process. There's always some territorial wars that occur between politicians, because that's just the nature of the game. That's a reality. But the lawyers will kind of guide us as to what we can do, what we cannot do, and sort of get the right mix and get it.
I do agree with you. And
in our city in particular, we always want to protect our categorical representation that we have in our city. That's very important. And I think the lawyers recognize that too, and will recognize that too.
That's right.
So
That's
there'll
right.
still be an African American district. There'll still be
Absolutely.
and a white district, which is Commission District 2. That's always been the balance that we have here in our city that keeps our city strong. So that will always be respected, obviously. But some of the population shifts that occur, because right now in Miami, we really have a lot of people are moving all over the place. That those boundaries that existed before don't exist anymore.
They're disappearing.
The people moving to Edgewater that never lived in Edgewater. People moving
to Old Town.
People moving to Little Havana that live in Little Havana. So all those shifts will have occurred, but the proportional representation still, it has to be respected. We kind of have to find that balance. And I think we can have a great debate. And by the way, why not add more debates to all the debates we have already in the city of Miami? I want to keep my new job interesting. Otherwise, I'll get bored.
Yeah,
right?
you're absolutely
so
right.
The whole redistricting process will make it even better. We have so many other things to deal with, right, Commissioner Hardeman? Chairman,
That's right.
Why not add something else?
And maybe we can get to the point that we've swapped. I give you this and you give I give you this neighborhood and I take the other one.
Look forward to another 4 meetings before I leave.
We want to do it before you leave, or at least you help us get there.
So listen, guys, I don't want to lose track.
That's the only point I wanted to make.
We still haven't had a motion on DH-21.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize.
I'd just like to clarify that last directive, because there was a discussion. I don't know if it was fully clear of what the manager's guidance is right now on this concept of the net. I'm not ready to take a step that sends a message to the net office that we're going to do this at this point. I'd like us to talk individually with the manager with any ideas we have. I certainly have ideas of how we can improve net, but I'm not ready to send any message that says we're looking to abolish net at this point.
Well,
that wasn't a directive, though. The directive was different. You can vote on it.
Nobody said about abolishing the concept of the net. Saying that we are trying to, but the idea is to reform it. To reform into commission officers, offices or whatever, but to reform it and to probably streamline the process by which when we need to do something, instead of going through all the layers of bureaucracy, we can have more direct, as commissioners, the direct, I would say, power to tell the people what to do. You see, and I am more for efficiency, and if we can increase efficiency and also increase the level of services of the net offices, I'm all for it. But we are not eliminating that. That's not the idea. It is just bring this new concept and try to give them form this concept about district offices, and with people working under that district offices, which is what the net was at the beginning. Well, that was the intent of the net, to bring government closer to the people. I remember that when they were formed, and that was part of the arguments of the net office, and you might remember that, Commissioner Carollo, when that was formed, and it was the concept was bring government to the people, where the people, they don't have to go to City Hall or to any other offices.
That was the idea.
That was the idea, and if we can go back to that idea and bring the offices closer to the people, and where they can go and solve the problem and eliminate some of the bureaucratic layers, I'm all for it. And that's why the directive to the city manager is to take all of those concepts into consideration and bring a proposal. and discuss with them. What's the score, Joe?
Still 14-10, but we
No,
might be
because I see
scoring
you watching
soon.
over there, man.
We might be scoring soon.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
so do we have a motion on the, on BH 21?
Emotional what? Oh, PH 21?
Yes.
So
Okay,
moved.
we have to vote on it, right?
Probably moved,
It moved on second, right?
yes, probably moved in second, and seeing no further discussion, all in favor?
I have a lot of questions, as I think you all know, that I won't bring up now. And you know, this I got today, as I keep reminding Chris. So, not that I don't trust you, Chris, but I can't lift my car up. I don't have the strength. You know? I think you know what that means. So I'm not going to be voting for this tonight. I reserve my right after I read it, and I'm prepared to bring some additional suggestions to vote for it next time, or not to vote for it if I don't agree with it. But here I just see another $100,000 you took from my district, Chris, without discussing it with me, without saying a word to me. And there's an additional $557,000 that we might be able to take out of the budget. I don't know if any of these things are going to happen early next year. I don't think in January of next year or February, we're going to be having all kinds of parades and stuff and everything. So I'll leave this for discussion when we meet again so that we don't hold up the meeting any further. But I'm concerned with code, taking the most knowledgeable people out of code. I'm concerned, and other people that we need. I'm concerned out of solid waste, taking their code enforcement people. With all the dumping that we have in the city.
Yep.
I'm not so sure that this is the time to do it until we gain a hold of that. I want to see what's happened with the cameras that I asked to be placed in the budget, were approved. Are they up to help us catch people that are dumping stuff? I might want to come back after I discuss with the manager and bring in a rewards offering for residents that can help us convict individuals that are dumping in our city. I would gladly pay people to help us stop that dumping, because at the end, we're going to save money with all that we're spending in additional payments that we have to give to the county for the dumping fees.
That's right.
So there's quite a few things that I want to discuss, but I know it's late. I made it clear I'm not voting for this. This is first reading. So that'll give me time for second reading to go through it and vote for it. I just want to ask the following. Do we need a motion, Mr. Manager, on what we requested of you of the net offices, or are you clear in what we asked?
Crystal clear.
The other concept that Commissioner Diaz-Libertia and Commissioner Reyes were discussing while I was keeping my eye, making sure that I kept you guys abreast of the game tonight. Do you need any kind of motion in that, or did you grasp the concept that was being put out?
Well, I'm clear on what my course of action is, and it's individual meeting.
On redistricting, I think the commissioner is talking about.
Oh no, on the redistricting piece, I know what we need to do there as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've had a conversation with the city attorney on it.
Oh, all right.
Okay. All right. So you had a conversation. You already had a conversation, Madam Attorney. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I know you want to go home. I know you want to go home. Just give me a minute. Madam Attorney, so you had a conversation with the manager about our redistricting process, how we're going to move forward, right?
Right, timelines and very superficial, just talking about
Can you
past
get down
practice.
to, can you
and-
get into the weeds now and kind of move it quickly so we can move where we need to move? So, because I know that this whole superficial thing in the city of Miami, you know, everything takes forever. It's kind of like trying to do it fast. You just get into the weeds and with the city manager and try to figure it out.
Will do.
Okay.
Hey,
I don't know if that's directive
Get
or
her out of the closet, as you say she's in. We'll get her into the weeds. Yeah. Just got to get her out of the wherever she's parked herself there for the last 6 months.
Well, we can't get her out of the weeds. She's stuck in a cave somewhere, but along the way, I'm sure we have some
Get
weeds.
her out. We're going to get her a little vitamin D. Get her.
It used to be that I would call the city attorney and, you know, I could get her in a fair amount of time. Now, I don't know, she's so busy that, you know, it's hard to get a hold of her and speak to her.
Did you get a hold of him? You look.
Huh?
I don't know, but today is mess with the city attorney day.
Of course,
But
of
I'll
course,
make
of
sure
course.
I'll make sure that I am more available, Commissioner Carollo, if I'm not answering the phone quickly enough. But I think everybody can get me. Now I'm gonna be staring at my phone more than usual.
Seeing no further on readiness, all in favor? of the motion?
Chair, my apologies. The mover and seconder again?
Move it.
The mover and
Second.
seconder? Reyes, GLP. And the motion is to pass BH 21 as is.
Correct.
That's right.
All in
As
favor?
is, in first reading,
First reading, first.
with reservations on my part. Do I have the same reservations that
I do
Commissioner
too.
Carollo has? But we'll come back to it, I guess, in second reading.
That's right.
All say aye.
Aye.
All right.
All against?
No, against.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
I can't lift Chris.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, before you go, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman. Did he leave us?
No, I'm here.
No, he's still there. I mean, he's about to leave.
Oh, he just moved to somewhere else before you go. So how many more meetings before you go to the dark side?
He's got until November 17th.
No, I think it's 3.
Yeah, we have 3 more with us. Okay, well, so 3 and counting, all right?
Yeah.
No, it's not true.
Good luck in
He's got
your
a lot
race
more
as you
than
move
that.
forward.
Thank you,
Good luck in your
Listen,
race
you
as you move
got
forward.
you got 1 more in September,
2 in
2 in October,
3.
and probably 1 more in
One
November.
more.
The November one, I believe, is November 19, and we only
So
have
it's after. He'll be a county commissioner.
Not
by then.
necessarily.
Yeah, county
Not
commissioner.
necessarily.
unless
This is
you
what we
change.
give you the party in, so it's got to be before.
Absolutely.
Hardiman.
Well, a special meeting, we can call a special meeting before.
They put me in charge of your party.
My birthday is October 20th, so.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's all gonna
that
happen.
party.
All the celebrations are gonna happen in a 2-week period. That's good. That's good.
All right.
Good seeing you guys. Good seeing
Yeah,
you,
it's a,
Chairman.
I mean, really nice seeing you and those
Stay safe, everybody.
All right, everyone.
You
Stay
Good
safe.
night.
Time to watch a game.
Okay. See you later, guys.